of new digital technologies, in particular artificial intelligence in the educational system. We did learn, okay, that with the new technologies, with ChatGPT and everything, okay, teachers at the moment are trying to fight to control whether some seminar was prepared with GPT or it's an original work. I must say it's not only you that have this problem. It's everywhere. Just yesterday, we discussed that how scientific articles were being written several decades ago when probably 90% of the article was original work. Now, if you take a typical research article, at the beginning it's 50-60% is just introduction. You need to summarize what other people have done. So, and typically to do that, you need some digital tools. So far, we were using Google, search engines and other search engines. And now we will start relying on ChatGPT. So, so far, so good. I don't know. There's lots of discussions how strong the technology is, but it's on us to try to control it, I'm also a supporter of every new technology. The problem is it's only we people, we humans that are the problem. What to do with it? The technology by itself doesn't have a soul. Okay, so far so good. Yeah. Okay. Again, as I already mentioned, our institute is very interdisciplinary. And this is, I think, in modern times, this is the way to go. It's very hard to divide science between physics and chemistry and electronics and IT. You need to have teams which cover all possible fields of science. And this is, to a certain extent, hard to achieve because, nowadays, all over the world, it's not a war of talents. It's war for talents, a battle for talents, because there's it's a major observation all over the world that we're lacking good talents. We have lots of ideas. Money is in many cases available, but when you need to perform the project, you need good talents. Okay, so this is what we're striving for in Slovenia. It's not very easy. We are a small country. We have very strong economies around us. But let's hope for the best. So these three fields, initially, institute was put up by physicists. After the Second World War, everyone was into nuclear research. Then in the late 60s, there was also non-nuclear research. And I say nuclear research is nowadays only part of our activities in the field of physics. We have physics of materials, physics of surfaces, and then also chemists joined in several decades ago. We have now about 1:1 ratio between physics and nuclear technologies. Chemistry, biochemistry, and environmental sciences, and electronics and IT. And particularly this electronics and IT departments are very strong. We have now 9 electronics and IT departments. Many of them deal with artificial intelligence. We have 3 departments. And within one of them, there's also this International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, which was established about 2 years ago. We are still trying to position it formally in our framework. So this is still the task to be done. But I'm glad that the activities run without problems. Nowadays, it's not easy to make this lecture hall feel full, particularly after the COVID. Things have changed. People work from home a lot. But so I'm really glad that we were able to fill this lecture hall with the visitors from all over the world. Okay, this was some general introduction of our institute. Okay, we were definitely not bored as scientists. We have lots of ideas what to do. There are lots of challenges, but in life there should be lots of challenges. Otherwise, it's boring. That's about it. I wish you a lot of success. Again, I hope you had a pleasant stay in Ljubljana in Slovenia, and I hope you will return sometime, maybe with some collaboration, maybe with some students, but okay, what the society relies on you as teachers to educate the new generation of people full of optimism. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Bostian Zalar. We have been getting the incredible support from Jožef Stefan Institute now on all the fantastic things that they are doing. So thank you so much. Now we continue to learn about the local status of artificial intelligence and education. So all of us are in Slovenia learning about AI and education, but what is happening in Slovenia? So let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Borut Campbell from the Digital Education Unit. He's the policy officer at this unit as part of the Ministry of Education in Slovenia. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will use it. So welcome again. The name of Ministry of Education, but especially Digital Education Unit, because on Monday we already met shortly our State Secretary. But as I said, I'm from Digital Education Unit. We are now 14 experts here, mostly teachers, and we try to do some interesting things for our schools in Slovenia, but also abroad. Just shortly, you have already those numbers, but in Slovenia we are around 2 million people, and we are, let's say, just big enough educational system so we can do many things centralized. It's more efficient, but still we have also some activities also decentralized, especially those who are more connected with future innovation in education, etc. So what is our vision? As also director of Institute Jožef Stefan said, now we talk about digital and green. So this is also our vision as a national, but as well as our ministry and our unit. I will not begin today with, of course, we need to have vision. We cannot do anything without that, especially maybe not so efficient, but I would like to present you what we actually do, and maybe at the end, if we have some time, I will also explain our strategy, national strategy, and some other documents. So for today's presentation, I said I will talk about types of projects which we have. Maybe it's more convenient for you, but also maybe for me to have another view of what is going on. So the first is definitely development and implementation of digital education, including AI, for all schools. So it means we provide activities, so we really ensure these equal opportunities for all, for students. But we know, especially COVID showed us that also teachers, they need equal opportunities. When they had to teach from their homes, they come from different areas, social backgrounds, economy, and etc. But what is, let's say, the most important that we really do for all, because they should be involved in the project. Of course, we don't have a legislation that teachers need to be participants in the training, but actually we promote and motivate them, so most of the teachers actually really participate. So we call the project DigiSustainable Teacher, but it's not just about teachers, it's also about other educational staff, headmasters, but at schools we also have digital coordination. And the second point is what we really put in the curriculum. Right now we are in the middle of renovation of curriculum. We have actually still a big, let's say, the discussion about basic knowledge of computer science. in Slovenia. In the past, Slovenia was definitely one of the, let's say, most advanced, but now there are still some doubts. But anyway, we said, and we are doing now to really introduce to all curriculum assessment of digital competences. It means that all subject as a cross-curricular topic, and it means that all teachers need to really cooperate. So if, let's say, if I'm a math teacher and I said, oh, I perfectly develop digital competences of students, we know that it's not possible. You know, if I'm teacher, let's say in one class, let's say 7A at one school, then as a math teacher, I need to cooperate with other teachers, also sports teachers, art teachers, history, STEM, and others. And then we need together develop really a curriculum for, let's say, for example, for digital competences and how we will really develop it. And we know that it's still not possible to do so systematically as I now talk to you in everyday practice, you know, because we still have the building, we have the same building, we still have the walls among classroom. We cannot have, let's say, more heterogeneous groups of students to have, let's say, that this knowledge and competences will develop not only in the horizontal, but also in vertical. Definitely, there are still some, let's say, some things, but I'm sure in the future we will have also more open spaces in schools and etc. So this is the case. I already mentioned this computer science. Actually, in Slovenia, in 2016, we established expert groups, and I was also a member, but we provide actually the curriculum, but it's not still there. But also creating competences is part of this renovation. So let's say this is digital education for all. I know that some politicians don't like to have this kind of introductions, you know, but we know that's the case. I'm sure also in your countries is similar. That then we have projects, we call it research and development, and still implementation projects, because there is a lot of implementation for those who are interested. Okay, so it means that we really have projects where we have innovative classroom at schools, and they do actually what I explained to you before, for example, for digital competences. Also, next year we will start for computational thinking and computer science. So we try to really cover all three areas, which are not separate. They have many common things, but we know there are differences about this. Then the next point is digital school leadership. Not all schools. I mean, I can say that we started with digital education in Slovenia. We started in 1994. Maybe we have been one of the first countries that our parliament really proposed and accept a law that computer literacy should start the 1st January 1994. And after that, you know, we have ups and downs. Maybe the most fruitful projects or projects have been done since 2008 and 2015. But also before, of course, we done many things, but in that time we really make, let's say, next step. And now, as I said, we have now a big unit, 14 experts, but we expect 15 more. So if anyone would like to stay here, just tell me, because we need innovative and people with vision, and those who would like to work, you know, because this is the problem in Europe. There is unemployment, but people don't want to work. So other countries are more, I think, more interested to do something, really. Okay. So I'm sorry for some comments, but I'm sure you agree. You agree. Okay, also digital school strategy, digital school awards. We also introduced this in some countries in Europe. I think it's also important that we really see what is good practice, because we know everything is not best and good practice, and those practice should be recognized and should be promoted school and outside. And then, of course, we have EU and other international projects. We also invite here schools and others. And let's say the third type of project we could say we have more, but let's say the three more important are future-oriented project. And we just now preparing, I will tell about this also later, project on generative AI. But here we actually, you can see here is not so much implementation, because maybe it's more in the cloud thinking, you know, like scientists do. But anyway, we expect here a research institution like Institute Jožef Stefan and others, faculty, teacher education faculties, and let's say also these psychological aspects, and some schools, and we expect this. So, but we also, you know, would like to do something more in data and education. Of course, we have plenty of data and education. We have, you know, whenever we have any device, we can, of course, we don't collect it, someone else collect it for us for now. We know who, but we try to do this more on the purpose for education. And let's say virtual realities, this is also one of the topics, but also other. Okay, so let's say this is what we are doing. And now I will make for first, I will make one example. For second type, I will show you two examples. And for third one, I will show you one example. Okay, but you can then also propose some more if you'd like to participate, let's say, together in the project. I mean, we also have on Monday we have meeting from team from China. We were almost all day together and discussed how we will work in the future. We started already a couple of years ago, but also, of course, we would like to work with all of you. Only the time is the limit. Okay, so the example from first group is, we call it DG Sustainable Teacher. This sustainable means one part of green, but the second part is also connected to the digital, because we want that this digital is sustainable. Okay, so it's both. That's why it's a little green and other is blue. Okay, so target. You know, as you remember at the beginning, I said we have in Slovenia 30,000 teachers in primary and secondary schools. So the target is now 20,000 teachers in next 3 years to participate in one-day courses, 13 days, and we have quite a big amount of budget. So we will not provide MOOCs, but we really want to provide, let's say, also face-to-face, partly online, but also partly face-to-face. The content is pedagogical digital competences of teachers, basic knowledge, also AI, green, and we also introduce financial literacy, you know, because in these digital platforms, we know that our kids, I have to, you know, you can imagine what they do and they would like to do. Okay, so in this project, we expect that project, as I said before, from 2008 to 15, we have also their development groups, but those groups are mostly for subject oriented. In that time, you know, we have education, let's say, for teachers, digital use of, use of digital technologies, and e-materials and other stuff. Other things, let's say in history, in art, in maths, but now we are more oriented in cross-curricular things, but still we expect a lot of groups, because this project covers from kindergarten till higher upper secondary education. Then, of course, we expect definitely more than 100 training programs, but this is what I already said before. those programs should really be at least 40% online, but not everything online, except maybe there will be some special circumstances, you know, like COVID, or let's say this year during the holidays, we were lucky because there was a lot of rain. And if that would happen now, you know, many schools would be closed. So, okay. But in that time, of course, we need to have everything online. So trials in classroom, and I already said this mutual assessment, what they learned, but really in this cross-curricular. So we also develop teacher trainers. For example, we will have around 1,500 teachers who will really train those 20,000 teachers. So it's from practice to practice. Implementation relation, and then we have two approaches. Maybe, I don't know how much time I still have. 2 minutes. Okay, because they said half an hour, but yeah, 2 minutes then. Okay, because, okay, then I will go faster. Yeah, that's the case. Like in classroom, you know, like in classroom. I just want to say that we have established here also this approach too, which is about the school learning communities. For this approach, no one from outside of the school cannot come and make some lectures. Teachers need to learn from each other, because for the last 30 years in computational, in this, as I said before, in the computer literacy and other projects, we have enough critical mass at schools. Okay, so the second class, innovative classes, I already present this, but maybe this is more important for you because it's about AI. This is example from second part. So this is actually Erasmus project, Action 3, policy experimentation. The French, France is leading this project, and we are also part of it. And the task is really this teacher training program, pilot implementation of this program, evaluation. I will also show you some preliminary results in next 10 seconds. Sorry? No, it's okay. You know, maybe sometimes I joke too much, but then at least I have some attention from you, you know. Yeah, okay. So this is about, already said, is AI for and by teachers. We also produce e-textbooks. It's let's say combination also with some UNESCO activities, because, you know, Colin from University from Nantes is also included. So it's free, it's online. But you're also invited to final conference. It will be face-to-face in Luxembourg, and we will present there some things. But yesterday we just got the first preliminary results. Many things is in Slovenia, so you can learn Slovenian English translation. You have some, but I mean, the most important question is, how do you rate your knowledge? And this is from Headmaster, but there you see the red curve is after. So post-test, and the blue is pre-test. So, you know, so we were because the courses was only 24 hours, so we couldn't, you know, save the world, but we were definitely in the right direction. But maybe we also ask, this is just results are from Slovenia, as I said, from SI. Also, we ask students from teachers, and after they make this post-test, the teachers, they have pre-test and post-test because they participate in training. So this is actually, let's say, the first evaluation about AI knowledge of students, you know, that's why it's important. But as I said, this is really preliminary. So at the final conference, you will get more. And there is no fee for the conference. And maybe this, I hope you already know some Slovenian words, so I'm sure you know. But I will tell you. The first one is about the fear of teachers. So it's the chetni, it means pre, and končni, it means post. So now we have 103 teachers who are more afraid of AI than before. I mean, they don't trust AI. It's not just fear. They don't feel comfortable. Then how they are actually how they admire AI. You see, it's also less, but still there is, if they enjoy with AI, is better, you know. So this is just preliminary results. I already discussed about this project. We'll start it now. We hope also some international cooperation. So you said half an hour more then. Okay, thank you. There are many projects. I just put it in there. We have also others. And then, as I said, there are some strategic, and maybe for the last slides, I hope your teacher know everything about this. I'm sure in Slovenia do it. Okay, so thank you, IRCAI. We also have this OER. I didn't talk about this. And we have also national projects on AI. So thank you. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Borut Campbell. You have just reassured us that we are in the right place to learn about artificial intelligence and education. So thank you. A lot is happening in Slovenia. And I think one of my favorite terms today from your presentation now is DG Sustainable Teacher. It's my first time hearing it. So we also thank you for taking all these wonderful initiatives to support teachers because they really need it. With that, now because we are here from all across Asia and Europe, let's move on to our next session. But before that, we need a bit of a technical break so that we can arrange the setting for next panel. So give us a few minutes and then we will begin with the next session.
Actually, he did show all of his slides.
intelligence and education across Asia and Europe. And for this panel, I invite our moderator, Ms. Mihaela Shranko, Chief Communication Officer and Partnership Lead at IRCAI, Slovenia. And since we are in Slovenia, let's just start with Europe. Our first speaker of the roundtable, Professor Dr. Margus Pedaste. He is the head of Pedagogicum at the Institute of Education, University of Tartu from Estonia. And then let's invite to the stage Professor Rongwei Huang, Professor of Artificial Intelligence and Education at Beijing Normal University. He's also holding the UNESCO Chair for Artificial Intelligence from China. And finally, our next speaker from Asia, a prominent teacher trainer from the Philippines, Professor Maria Ruth Regalado from the Philippines Normal University. And now the floor is yours and your speakers, Mihaela.
Thank you very much, Jyoti. At this point, I'd just like to give a short summary of how we envision this roundtable. So as Jyoti said, we start with Europe. We have a few minutes of contributions from our speakers, starting with the presentation. Then we move on to the Asian perspective with our two esteemed speakers. A 20-minute discussion between these experts, which we hope is going to give a really holistic view on the issues that we identified through the initial presentations. And afterwards, we hope for your active engagement and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this session, and it's an honor to start. It's on behalf of the speakers we have today, and as it is, it's a roundtable. It should be more as a discussion, so that I will make a short introduction. And first, I have to say that you have heard so many wonderful presentations during those days, so that you are really almost an expert in AI in education. And definitely I am not the one who is expert in this. So I started in 1996 as a biology teacher, and then I continued to use educational technologies in science education in broad. I started to teach teachers and then started to do research on using educational technology in education in general, not only in science education later. And in this work, I have met different interesting persons from different fields of studies, philosophers, scientists, but also people working in humanities and social sciences. And it helped me to build my vision about the future. But there's still something that I keep from my background in biology, and that's this systematic approach on everything. And that's why I like to frame different things. I don't know if it's good and if it's even ethical and allowed while we are talking about profiling people without knowing, without their own awareness about this. But I would like to start with two different frameworks on what we have been working during the last years. And one of them is related to agency. I haven't heard this term so far in those few days in this conference, but I think that this is something to keep in mind indeed. And agency is often related to the term identity. And if people are thinking about their own identity, and we discussed also during the last days that maybe we have to keep our own identity and what is human. How do we keep our personal values and views so that we do not replace them with AI-generated content, so that it's not us? And that's why it's important to keep our own agency. We can also talk that AI might have their own, or his or her own agency, but that's not the case. And in this case, what is important for me to highlight is that we are the ones who have to define where to go. What is coming in the future? What is the purpose of our life our education system and what we are doing, so that if we look from that perspective, all what we are doing, then we are probably doing only good. And that's our way to perceive, interpret, to develop different alternatives. But again, this could be done by the help of AI as well, but we have to define what are the personal and professional long-term and short-term goals. And another framework, just to make a short start, is on responsible research and innovation. And this is a topic raised by European Commission some 10 years ago or something like that. And in that moment, all the projects in science education had to be linked to responsible research and innovation. And I think that this is also something that helps us to think of the dimensions that should be taken into account in making decisions about using or not using AI in education. And in our literature review, we found that there are 4 dimensions that are quite established already, so that we should think about inclusion. Is AI really helping us to include every child in the learning process? Anticipation, do we anticipate what is happening when we are using AI or what other education technology tool in our educational context? Responsiveness, how to respond to the actions and the activities or outcomes of the students. Reflexivity, how we look back and look forward on the learning process. And there were also 2 that kind of emerging dimensions of responsible research and innovation, which was sustainability and care. And I think that in case of the AI use in education, both of them are extremely important as well. And to end with something really meaningful for myself is to highlight the topic of care. So that if we really care about our students, our learners in general, then I believe that we are making good choices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Margus Pedaste. Now I invite Professor Rong Wai Huang to give his perspective.
Actually, for it's from the table, talk about the reality and the critical thing issues about AI education in Asia and the European countries. Actually, maybe I can show you 3 perspectives of information. One is in China. Actually, in China, we have a standards for ICT education for all K-12 schools. So actually, nowadays we have a standard already. So next, we are trying to do things on digital textbooks for the ICT education, and also teacher training is also a key issue. And then the digital resources is very important for how to share in China. But the critical issue in China, actually, we can see 2 different things. Very, very, very important. One is for the digital use divide. Instead of digital divide, because digital divide is because of the economical differences, China, East and the West. But the digital use divide because maybe across the different schools. Another one should be game addiction. Internet addiction. Some people will be addicted to so many things. That is a big issue we are trying to think about. So, and the second perspective, maybe from in Asia areas, actually, we have a strong connection with Slovenia and also UNESCO Bangkok office. In the last 2 years, actually, we have a project help the Cambodia to do a lot of things using the funding of Chinese aid. Actually, we help Cambodia to create the data center for education and the platform, digital resources, and myself, actually, I lead a team helping them to edit a textbook for high school. But actually, the situation is quite different because the Cambodians, maybe not so rich. So the basic infrastructure is another problem. And also, yeah, it's quite easy. So we in last actually two weeks ago we had just a training for all the teachers, almost born teachers, model teachers in Cambodia. So actually we can see the differences between because of the economic situation. The third perspective should be Asia European Foundation. Actually, the Asian European meeting. Actually, we have a participant in another organization. Actually, this for the digital transformation of higher education. Actually, this organization is located in Berlin. Actually, to talk about how to develop the digitalization of education in university. So actually, the key consensus about this is so many people move from Asia to Europe to get started in university. But not there's other ways is sure. So that's the problem. So how to create change the situation, and for the university in European, they see the differences of the students literacy from different countries. So for them it's also a problem we need to think about. Actually, just personally as a expert of the committee, so we are trying to promote smart education and how to create the resources and how to share. Example for OER. OER is, OER is a UNESCO key project last 10 years, but nowadays shows how to promote this kind of usage. So in options we should be see. So in my opinion, how we can see the differences and also the devices. So should be careful. So maybe later I will talk about the critical news, how to collaborate together. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
You've heard so much from the gentlemen about how advanced they have considered AI. Let me bring you back now to the context of my country, the Philippines. And please allow me to read my speech summary so I won't get off track. I wrote, using AI has speeded up digital transformation of education. While it may be a technological fashion that is trending in many corners of the world, AI in Philippine education can be appreciated not as a matter of choice to keep abreast with the emerging digital society, but as a matter of need to provide smart support to improve student achievement. Although AI tools, as more recently popularized by ChatGPT, initially offer potential dangers and risks and ethical issues, it can actually assist both teachers and learners in hitting their targets if utilized appropriately. Current education emergency in the Philippines is the apparent learning gap that was widened by the 2-year peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. To help prevent its further increase, teachers must be able to use differentiated instruction, and which was further validated by our discussions in the previous days. Differentiating instruction for the diverse groups of learners is admittedly difficult, but it can be facilitated by educational technologies, such as a variety of AI teaching tools for planning, developing, implementing, assessing, and evaluating learner support activities and materials. However, teacher preparedness in the Philippines to tap AI at this time is a big challenge. The Philippine Professional Teacher Standards, or PPST as we know it in our country, from which policies on teacher training, licensure, and promotion of both the pre-service and in-service teachers are based, has included in its outline of teacher competency indicators that expect teachers to integrate ICT in instruction. Consequently, Philippine teachers can be seen employing available educational technologies when they teach, yet explicitly elaborating in the national document the integration of AI is wanting. Since using AI in teaching is not required by the standards, teachers may or may not choose to use AI tools. Hence, a few Philippine teachers have considered AI-based teaching tools for instruction, while many are missing the evidence supportive opportunities that AI can provide to help them teach smart. To compel teachers to seriously consider utilizing AI tools when they plan, implement, and monitor and evaluate teaching and learning, policies must be put in place. Perhaps, for instance, PPST-based guidelines can consider explicitly citing an item on AI integration for differentiating teaching. When enacted, these policies will require education and school leaders to rethink their programs, resources, and other related opportunities on the use of AI to help teachers help prevent the widening learning gap in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of topics opening up here. The one that strikes me most from the presentations from the Asian perspective, I see a connection. Professor Huang, you mentioned OER and the importance of curation of open educational materials. And yesterday in the discussions with faculty members, we discussed about curation of AI tools for teachers. So my question is, perhaps to the two speakers first, is the curation of AI tools, which there are many, necessary? Is there a quality assurance, let's say standards or directives that could be put in place on, let's say, national levels or at least institutional levels?
There's gender inequality here. I always get to be first. I would say a curation of these tools would really help. But even before that, teachers should be equipped first with that, teaching about AI and teaching with AI. And then the curation will have to follow to support.
Actually, it's a big topic. Actually, you talk about the OER. Actually, OER is for almost all the subjects, but for AI education should be different. So if for AI education, actually, I think at least 4 kind of resources will be embedded in the OER. The first one should be algorithm set. It means if we need some students to use to do a innovative solutions, should have some algorithm for them to follow. So algorithm set is very important. But nowadays, actually, in higher education and the K-12 is quite different. Actually, if we can see the algorithm set, we can see a lot of resources from, for example, America, ASEF, IEEE, a lot of resources for university level. But which kind of algorithm should fit to the middle school students? That's a question. The second one should be data set. If you trying to create a algorithm products, if they to use to test this algorithm, should be use the data set. So even from convention level, data set is also very important issue. Maybe you can see, for example, GitHub. GitHub, almost all the companies need to make a connection to them and to show resources, case studies, and other things to GitHub. So data set. The third one should be cases. Actually, students, production, students, they collect, even homework will be very important for them to try to change and even to learn for them. And they also talk about the AI tools is also very important. So, but in China, another issue is for the environment. I mean, AI laboratory. So it's quite different from the traditional way. Actually, in some schools, we just can see the traditional classroom. Computer is not enough. And also we can see a lot of STEM classroom. We can see a lot of make space, but it's not for AI usage. So how to do that? So we can see a lot of examples from America. Actually, America, we can see some high-level schools can find some solutions. But for rural areas, another issue is for the low cost solution. Even when you can see some example, no computer can do algorithms, just writing, just drawing the diagram to see, to check it. Also, maybe it's also is a effective way for because of the condition. Okay.
Thank you.
If I may add something, based on our research, we found in Estonian context, what are the challenges teachers have in applying education technologies. And we found that they do not have any issues with resources. Please raise your hand if you have a smartphone at your pocket right now.
Almost.
Some of you didn't raise the hand. Okay, let it be. But that's quite common in Estonian schools as well, that 100% of the students have the technical tools. They have also internet. And the teachers also say that they have enough educational resources, even open educational resources are available usually. And the main challenge they have, they say that they do not have enough time. And maybe that's the question, so that maybe we have to think that that maybe we do not have to collect so much data and to have so many tools, but how, as you mentioned also, how to ensure the quality of the few that we use actually, so that how to have less and more at the same time, so that we would have less resources needed, and that's also related to a sustainability topic actually, so that if every year there is a new tool that we use, and every year we have to learn to use it again, and not only we as teachers, but also the students, then it's too challenging and not sustainable probably. Of course, I don't know if we can really change that for the because from the company's point of view, they always have to invent something new in order to attract the people. And now the question is that how we take the agency in this case, so that we are the ones who guide the companies to develop what we actually need, or not to develop what we do not need.
Thank you very much. So now we have a quite different perspectives on my next question, because I was developing on this idea that we have to be mindful of increasing the gaps in the schools and areas with less resources. And you just say that in Estonia, the infrastructure is in place to apply. It's a question of time. Do you believe that there could be a minimal, let's say, toolbox, or let's say a selection of low-cost solutions, as you mentioned, that could be recommended to teachers to learn about AI globally? Maybe talking from a global perspective, again, with UNESCO and so on.
Okay. Actually, so actually, I have a question. So you need to classify the issues. AI and the digital literacy. It's different. Digital literacy should be big. AI may be part of them. So maybe, in my opinion, maybe you can use in AI competence, but AI digital literacy will be very important. So in China, for every citizen will have we using digital literacy and the skills. So let's say it's a bigger one. So, but for in China, actually we can see the standards. We have 6 themes for all the K-12 students. One is for data, algorithm, network, information processing, information security, and the AI. So AI is part of them. So that's the issue. So actually for the standards, the minimal level, so the Ministry of Education should provide the basic conditions for development and the teaching preparation. And actually in China, so big, so for rural areas, so we need to provide the digital resources from the central government. And also, but in China, we can say not a company to support Huawei, Baidu, But even in global, we can see, for example, a computational thinking for, do you know, Apple event? Apple event is from Stanford, Stanford University. Actually, this is Dr. Hall, who is when he is visited Google and developing the tools for training computational thinking. Actually, nowadays quite popular. Actually, I guess maybe more than 100 countries to involve this kind of application. Actually, to help the student try to apply the apps for mobile phone and then create the capability to computational thinking and maybe have the connection to AI. So actually, we can say not of solutions. So, but in actually, as you know, actually we should provide the minimal conditions. But for infrastructure should be by the government. Standard should be by government. So for all of us should the international level should to resources is the key issue. Experience is the key issue. Case studies is the will be very useful. So let's say this foundation should do. Yeah? Get it?
I would like to say that, yes, there may be a need for a certain policy that would globally equalize everything in terms of AI. But I would like to add that if there would ever be a policy, that it be a social responsibility opportunity for advanced countries to help those who are experiencing digital divide, which is even more increased by the advancement of these countries. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that actually, in order to avoid segregation in our world and to help all the people to open the potential they have genetically. I am biologist, so that it is important to help each other. And what is if I go back to Estonian experience again, what really started the digital development in Estonia was in 1990s when as you said, the government actually built the infrastructure for all the different companies also that got a lot of possibilities to develop their products. And at one point, it should be taught in this way that we actually give back to the society if we have been supported by the society. I give two examples. In case of Estonia, we have now, it's a very small country, even smaller than Slovenia. So smaller than Slovenia. And you can compare it to China, for example. Maybe a little bit smaller, but yeah, okay, let it be. So, and then we have 1.3 million people. But we have more than 10 unicorns, startup companies, mainly in the field of technology. And now we see that they have had that kind of good environment for their development, and they already starting to give back. Like a few years ago, they opened their own online school for coding to help people to learn about coding basically for free. And it's the way how to go. And I give another example. In 2018, I was half a year at Stanford University in US. And then I realized that how all the alumni give something back to the society in their case. So that all the buildings in Stanford campus, which is one of the largest university campuses in the world, are built with the money of the alumni, basically. And in Europe, I think that we do not have, or at least in Estonia, we do not have that kind of thinking quite common. But I think that we have to think in this way that actually, now, like we have been discussing already, that internet should be a human right for everyone. And then I think that we should also adopt that kind of policy with AI in this case, if it really advances our lives in a meaningful way and worldwide, not countrywide in this sense.
Thank you very much. I think we can just touch one topic and then we move on to interaction with the participants. For the last topic, so now we went a little bit on the policy level, on the needs, on the standards. We touched a lot. But what was mentioned was agency. What was mentioned is ownership of initiatives that don't go to big companies. What was mentioned is supporting teachers on the ground, hands-on support. So to me, this translates as bottom-up, need of bottom-up initiatives and work in networks such as the ASEF network and many others. So I'm interested on how do you see networks of teachers having the role in this, let's say, global movement?
I think that teachers are extremely important in this. But what I often say to my colleagues also that if we would like to do something that we didn't do yesterday, then we have to leave something behind. And that's the question for all of us. So that if you have to learn more, if you have to use new technologies, if you have to use AI, then probably we shouldn't use something that we used in the past. And otherwise, we might be easily overloaded with different things. And that's why I have said in our context that for networking, for discussing topics like we do in this network, we need more time. I have good colleagues from Africa who always say that that Europeans and Africans have one difference. Europeans always think that we had some time, we lost some time and so on, and Africans think that time is coming. Tomorrow we have again 24 hours, so that kind of positive view on the world. But I think that we have to define time for networking and professional development. The world is changing so fast now that in every week we need at least 1 week that is dedicated for professional development and networking. So that if we are teaching 5 days in a week, then actually we should teach up to 4 days in a week, and 1 day should be for us for professional development and networking. That time could be easily used by students for their own self-regulated collaboration, which is totally fine. I saw something like that this already many years ago in New Zealand, for example. They have adopted it very widely there. So that time and focus on networking is important in order to make teachers' voice count.
I would say networking is an essential strategy because it will introduce everyone to the realities across the world. And if we are aware of what's happening in every corner, then we would have a sense of tolerance, acceptance, tolerance, and then, of course, we grow confidence in it. We would not feel alone, and it would secure us as we implement the demands that are expected of teachers. Networking is a growing interest in our country. The fact that I was sent here is one. And the ASEF's moves to get us connected is really helpful. We are given the opportunity to see priorities that we could consider, and also actions that may be contextualized, and further on the resources that could be shared. Thank you.
In terms of academic things, maybe we can using PD, professional development, TPD, teaching professional development. Also, we can see in other words, capacity building among almost all the international organizations, including UN, not OECD, World Bank. But for connection, for example, for similar a foundation, maybe we have to create a COP, community of practice, is very important, but which kind of community practice? How to create the sustainable mechanism for COP learning? That's the issue. Because almost all the stakeholders have their demands on benefit. So yeah, actually maybe if we can see the UN SDG 17, yeah, actually UN has 17 sustainable goals. The last one, 17th is the partnership. Yeah, so that's a question. Yeah, so maybe we can demand all the people we need to contribute. So what's the sustainable? What's the mechanism? So actually, I have no idea. So maybe different stakeholders have different benefits demands. So maybe we have discussed. Okay.
Yeah. One of the solutions that I have seen that I really love is that that is coming from Japan. I don't know if you have some Japanese colleagues from here as well. Yeah, so that in Japan it's very common to use lesson study as a method for encourage teachers partnership, and then now it's spread all over the world in many countries. If you are not familiar with that, then I suggest you to learn, and I really like that method. How we go in depth with solving common problems we have or challenges we have in the classroom, and I think that this is one of those many methods to help teachers to learn from each other and to build teachers' sustainable communities.
Thank you. Thank you. The floor is yours with questions. Who would like to start? Ladies first.
So thanks for this good word for us. I just have a question to Dr. Pedaste, because you said, you described internet as a human right, and I'm totally agree. In fact, I'm very concerned about that, because living in rural areas, as we live and we teach, we suffer from a very bad internet connection. So it seems the faster the digital world innovates, the biggest digital gap we suffer. So what solution could you see for saving that gap? Maybe new policies, new agreements. Well, we live at the border between Spain and Portugal, and we have better connection from the Portugal service, but we are not allowed to take the services just by law. And I think this should be solved. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a very good point. I do not have a solution, by surprise. Sorry, but I share the issue, and yeah, just a few examples. I mentioned Stanford University, which is in Silicon Valley, the heart of our IT developments in the world, in some way actually. And I was living there in Palo Alto, and I was spiking a lot in that area. When I go just 10 kilometers, 6-7 miles from the city center of Palo Alto in the heart of Silicon Valley, then there is no internet or any other connection. So that it's quite common. Same even in Estonia. They claim that every corner in Estonia, every bog, every forest is covered with internet. But when we are commuting between Tallinn and Tartu, our main two cities, then often we will have break in internet. So that's really a challenge. And what I think is that's a policy level question actually. So that we know how much profit different IT companies actually do. And for them, it's important to be there where are most of the people. They do not care about the rural areas and so on. And it's the policy that could actually change it so that they are forced to cover all the world with good internet using satellites and so on. So that's something that should be decided, in my understanding, at a policy level. And it's first, I also wanted to respond to your first comment, actually, so that when you say that you see that more people are moving from Asian countries to Europe to study and not on the other way around. You know how many people there are in Europe? Does somebody know what is the population of Europe? 600 million, yes. It's half of China and not half of Asia. So that we do not have so many people, actually. That's so that we cannot move. That's exactly. So that and in this case, we can also say that in Europe we have really challenges with internet because we are not attractive for the IT companies and the ones developing the network. So that it's only possible with changes in policy. So that those profits they make should be used for creating those human rights for everybody.
Anyone else wants to respond to the question?
Perhaps in our context, human right, having an internet would be a human right. That would be good. But having power should be another, should first be the one. Because we may have internet connection, but we don't have power in our far-flung areas. So that's essential.
Wayne?
Thank you. A fun discussion. Regulation. I wonder what you think is the role of regulation. You know, we're all interested in AI being safe and effective. What role can regulation play in making that happen?
Which kind of regulation? You mean regulation for what? For AI, for courses, for textbook? Which kind of regulation? For internet?
No, I've moved on from the internet. I'm talking about, as I mentioned in my talk, at the moment there are no studies that at scale that are independent that show that AI-ed tools are safe and effective. So, for example, in France, as I understand, I have someone from France here, but there is a if you want to sell your ed tech, if you're a company and build an ed tech and you want to sell it into any school, you first have to go through, I think it's a 15-month program where the government check, I don't know how they do this, that your tool is effective and safe. So do we need that kind of thing across the globe? Or
actually, that's a kind of, it's also a big issue. Actually, I can see two ways. One is for the GMA report for technology, who comes same. Normally, all the products from created by the company, if you go to school, no evaluation, no pilot. That's the question. So from the report, even in UK, only 20% of them, but that's the best. In China, the first is not yet. So in China, we are trying to create a regulation for how AI products, how to go into the school should be regulated, should be constrained. We need to create the standards, even for the algorithm, like a ChatGPT should be careful because actually it's another big issue for algorithm and data and other things. Yeah, actually it's very important. Okay.
I'm afraid of over-regulating different things because we know that it might initiate the activity of black market, for example. So that if there is something that is really useful, according to the view of the teachers, they would use it maybe in a hidden way. That's a challenge, probably. We know from the past that, for example, when in Estonia, it was not allowed to drink vodka. Vodka, yes, vodka, yes, yes. One long time ago. Then actually it didn't have any effect on the amount of vodka consumed. So that we have some lessons learned from the past. And I think that here is the same, that what I can also refer to McKinsey report about effective educational systems. Now, in their analysis, it was found that there's something common for all those most effective. Now, let's do not go to the definition of what are the effective ones, but okay, in this case, they concluded that actually the most important thing is autonomy. Autonomy given at different levels in the educational systems, at the institution level, but also at the teacher level. And I believe that our teachers are smart enough to make those decisions if to use or not to use, so that there is no need that government tells that that maybe this or other should be used or not used. Of course, maybe, I don't know, AI is developing too fast, and we need to support it somehow. Like in case of many research about inquiry-based learning, and we are inquiring actually the use of AI as well. It is shown that the open inquiry might be not effective, but guided inquiry is. So that again, what we can do, we can support our teachers to use their autonomy, but I wouldn't restrict this autonomy.
Regulation would be good. Perhaps it would be better if it would be based on the purpose of using AI. For example, in the area of engineering, it could not be equal regulation to be applied when you teach the basic education. So when there may be, if we would put a regulation in place, probably that would determine the extent of engagement that our students would be allowed to use AI technologies. Similar to recent researches that reveal that it would be most ideal to have just 10% of your talking time directly talking about the topic that you want to lecture on. You don't go beyond 10%. So what Jyoti and Rika have been doing with us is actually compliant with that research result. We're just given like 1 minute to speak, but we put everything in there, right? 1 minute for 1 hour because there are several people expected to speak. So if we allow if we have this regulation, this sense of regulation, like how much percentage of the teaching and learning opportunities we use, where we put in or utilize AI, then that would help. But in other fields, that would probably be different.
If I may add, then who's first? Sorry. So in the framework of this ecological model of agency, there's also important that if we are talking about the environment, what we have now, then we distinguish the 3 types of conditions: structural, cultural, and material. And I think that in this case, the structural conditions represent the regulations. This might be supporting or hindering use of AI in a meaningful way, so that it's important what kind of regulations, not just regulations, but what kind of regulations. And I would consider even more important to have that kind of cultural conditions that really support meaningful use of technology, including AI in this context, so that how we support each other and how we look at each other in a way that actually we will force meaningful use of AI, and we avoid use of AI in a way that is not good according to our cultural perspectives.
I like to work in metaphors, and I believe completely that doctors, as in medical doctors, should have autonomy. I don't want the members of government deciding what medical treatment I should have, what drugs should be put into my body. But doctors, when they are choosing medicines, work within a framework, and they the drugs that they're able to prescribe have by law, by regulation, gone through a very robust developmental and testing process to check that they're efficacious, that they're effective, and to check that they're safe. And, you know, drugs we put into our bodies to affect our bodies, but I happen to think that the brain is pretty important. And when we're using advanced technologies directly to affect cognition, then I think that's as important. So I agree with you completely that that teachers should have autonomy. I mean, that's been the bedrock of my work. But I think one of the things that we're aware of, and you missed it, I showed a little bit of the output of the survey we did, and there are lots and lots of misconceptions. So while I agree that the autonomy of a teacher is important, unfortunately, I don't agree that they're best placed always to make decisions without support. Now, you said, you know, guided inquiry. I think it's the same logic, and I think they need our support. I completely agree with you that regulation is not the only way to do this. It's not the only thing, and culture is really, really important. But I do think that we do need some regulation here, because there are too many companies out there, big companies they're making huge claims for which there is no evidence, but they're sexy, they're exciting, and, you know, even the least harm they might do is to waste a child's time when they are trying to learn something. And although wasting time might not seem that important, I think it's crucially important. You know, time is important to all of us. So yeah, so I think regulation is important. I'm not sure I've mentioned it. So we're working on the Council of Europe. We are developing regulation, and so we need the input. But thank you.
Yeah, very good. So that this reminds me, just a month ago, I watched a drama in Estonia that was titled "The Doctor." I don't know. We have also some Estonians, if you have seen it in Viljandi. Good story. It's written more than 100 years ago by a European author. I don't remember the name, but one of the messages there, I saw so many good messages there. One of them was that lies give us hope. And that's why lies are especially important. And it might be that in case of AI companies, they also want to spread lies about AI, their own view from one perspective, to keep the hopes of the people alive.
So is it possible to give me 1 minute? When, come on. Actually, it's very interesting topic. So if education compared to medicine, so for medicine, we have a boundary. For what? We can say both prescription. Prescription or prescription free. So actually, I just learned 2 words from computer science. One is scenario-related ASEFs. Get it? Actually, we'll talk about the ASEFs for general way. But for example, if we're using face recognition in school, 2 difficult scenarios. One is for the door, gateway to the school. Actually, it's for security. But in the classroom, if I learn, can say face to charge me. So that's problem. So maybe it's scenario dependent. Another one is some people actually learn from the computer sciences. They said value, sensibility, and design. Maybe similar words. So if we talk about using the value, maybe also we can, in this case, maybe meaningful. Other place maybe not meaningful. So we needed to change it. So that's for the computer science. So yeah, actually it's very, very interesting topic. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. The ask I want to make is about the network of teachers you have talked. What was the idea? What kind of information we must pass in that network if we construct a network with teachers who work in this area.
So if there was a new network of teachers or a community of practice,
If we construct a network, of teachers in this area, what kind of information we must share one with the others? What's your opinion?
sharing between each other or sharing towards policymakers
No.
between each other?
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is to build shared culture. Culture for applying AI and other education technologies in a meaningful way, and also to build trust in this sense that when we mentioned earlier this open educational resources topic, then what I have seen in Estonian context mainly is that teachers are developing perfect materials, but they don't like to share them often because they are afraid of something that maybe it's not good enough. They do not trust themselves sometimes. And so that to build that kind of sharing culture, caring culture, so that they care of each other and they can adapt those materials they have developed, and it's good for everyone. Of course, again, system is needed in order to not overload colleagues with something.
Have another question, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious about your opinion, whether we tend to shift a little bit of focus from the human to the technology, considering the basic question whether all these tech apps and AI tools make our kids, and well, there's an open question, and we already know the answer, make us happier or smarter. So based on the 20 years ever since we have basically, or 30 years internet, many studies suggest that it's just the opposite. So think about our navigation skills and just the other stuff. So if you look at our students, they seem to be even more anxious and frustrated using too much applications or these digital tools, not to mention the cybercrime, which for the last 5 years have become #1 in the world, even much more damaging than drug trafficking or weapons smuggling. $5 trillion damage for cybercrime per year, which is double size of the American US federal budget. So considering all these things, I'm a little bit skeptic about this brave new world based on AI tools.
Yes, very important, and that's why I also highlighted the care aspect in case of sustainable, in case of responsible research and innovation framework, which is extremely important, because this is also something what we discovered during the COVID closures in Estonian context, that actually emotional and social emotional challenges were increasing dramatically, and that's definitely something that should be taken into account in using AI as well. So that the question might be how we do not personalize, meaning individualize learning processes, but how we support collaboration and caring about each other, anticipating the socioeconomic skills in the future as well that are needed more and more.
Yeah. A question. So I say that people I work with are aged 14 to 19 years of age every day. The people I work with every day. The people I collaborate with every day are my colleagues, fellow teachers. And it would be wonderful to say that I'm here leading the change and going back to my students and telling them this is new. But no, actually, I'm running behind them here. And I have so many social networks on my mobile phone that my students have installed on it. And so I'm kind of staying behind, actually, not feeling going ahead of them. So my question is, are they represented in all of this story? What are the legislatures of your countries that use the student representatives, because I think they spend much more time online than we do, and that they're the future. We should teach them how to, but actually they are teaching me right now. So I'm really trying to be a responsible adult and tell them where the problems lie and guide them into there, because until they are of age, we are responsible for them. And we pay for their cell phones. And then we complain that they are on their cell phones all the time, knowing that there are companies earning money from that. So student representatives.
I am not so certain about how students have been considered in certain regulations, because seriously, I have not read yet a particular document that would say that this is how we should run AI in our classes. Nothing that has established that level yet. However, when we think about the extent on how we would introduce it to them when we return, I would really like to respond to that question. What do we tell them when we come back? I would say that we support balance in life. The way we were introduced yesterday in our visit last night, I realized they're not threatened by so much AI technologies. Their focus, they remain the same. It was to develop decision-making skills. It was to develop hard work, values of patience in hard work, and that would still have to be sustained. Only a little portion of AI that could be used to facilitate. So I would say if there would ever be a regulation or a document that would say how we are going to handle social media and so on, probably we cannot, even if we put it in place, we're not assured that it would really happen. What we can do is really to establish and emphasize the sense of balance among our students and the sense of, and the skills of decision making.
According to the model what I introduced, the conditions should be built by the teachers, but actually in this framework, there should be given a lot of autonomy to the teachers, to the students as well, so that at the classroom level, in Estonian context, self-regulated learning, self-regulated approach in general, where the students are more in center than the teachers, so that the student-centered approach that is very common. Of course, what we see from international TALIS survey, which is studying how teachers perceive different learning and teaching conditions, there we see that we have seen during the last decades the movement towards student-centered approach, and their mindset is worldwide already quite student-centered. But if you ask what kind of approaches you use in your classroom, then it's still quite teacher or subject-centered. So that it's still that open your book and read this and answer those questions. At the level of making decisions, I think it's a must that the students must be involved in decision-making processes. At the university level, it has been quite long, quite common. In the schools in Estonia, it has been also that there are school students' boards. And what we did some 10 years ago, it was a major moment in Estonia to separate the secondary schools from primary schools. And what we also realized that this had a positive effect on giving more agency to the younger students, because otherwise the older ones took the leading positions in students' boards. And in this case, the younger ones also had more voice. And I think that this is important. But I don't know how much students have been involved in developing different policies, strategies at the national level. A bit in Estonian context, the students' unions have been involved, but in my understanding, not enough and not seriously enough. So that definitely that's an issue to think further on.
Thank you. So we can now take maybe one more question, Jyoti. We'd really appreciate another perspective from Asia, especially because we have an example from the Philippines on how
Oh, good day, everyone. So I want to ask, we got the case, one part of the world has got the has the access to the AI tools, when the another part has do not have the access even near to the power or the internet. And then how do we see here the role of the teachers? Are they the developers of the cultural capital or the change agents? How do we see it?
Definitely they should be, but their hands are not long enough to change everything. That's why others should also contribute.
If we try to go deep to the classroom, so it should be quite complicated. So actually, for myself, if I will serve as a teacher, should be always will be struggled by myself. So actually, we can see a lot of advantages and the success stories, but also we can see a lot of failed stories. So that's the problem. So it's not easy. Actually, we see so many tools, including internet, digital tools, AI tools, so many things, and the digital resources, so many things. So it's not easy for a teaching. But for myself, I'm trying to be a scholar, actually trying to show more information from other side and maybe find some larger scales where to show you some evidence to see maybe this is useful for you, but need to be judged by the evaluated by the teacher yourself. So that's the question. So normally we say capacity building. So nowadays the teaching is hard work. So I just want to say this kind of issue actually. Okay.
I would say that teachers, whether we are in the far-flung areas or in the city, we should first and foremost consider that when we teach our students, we are actually preparing them for their future. And AI is part of that. We cannot say to them that, no, we don't have power here, so we'll not talk about it. We'll have to find a way to introduce to them these types of opportunities. Probably we would be using mock-ups for a bit, just to tell them that this is happening elsewhere. And we tie up, we create networks so that we are able to probably send our students to these kinds of opportunities. I'm very happy to see that here in Europe, you have those kinds of movements. You provide, you really support, and then they are able to travel across the continent for free. So probably what we can do also in our specific regions, we could do the same. Find ways on how we could pull out these students from the far-flung areas and experience what is happening in reality in the other parts of the world.
I think that last statement is the perfect time to conclude this panel. Also because there's coffee outside for everyone where you can continue with all the questions. I know there are many, we see a couple of hands. And just in conclusion, very briefly, I sometimes working with the IRCAI Center, we're exposed to the expectation that AI is a silver bullet, that whatever problem we have, either it's a development problem or working in education or improving public administration processes, AI can solve it. And I think that just touching briefly all these issues today, I don't believe that we found one approach that could solve the fact that AI is here, the teachers are faced with it, and that there are discrepancies all over the world. So my interpretation from this conversation is that it's going to have to be a conversation that's going to be ever moving with every possible stakeholders, with active engagement of teachers, and a big continuous collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. for such a meaningful conversation. So let's give a big round of applause for our speakers, Professor Rong Huai, and Professor Marcus Cadaste, and Ms. Mihaela. So before we move on to our roundtable 2, now we will take a very short coffee break. So if you can be here after coffee break in 10 minutes exactly at 11, we will really appreciate it. So please enjoy the short coffee break. Okay. I see that we are almost, all of us are here. So we give 1 more minute and then we will begin. So after such a lively Roundtable 1 discussions, we are excited to move to the next one, where we really focus on teachers' readiness and the role of education technology designers. So to have that conversation, let's invite our lovely and brilliant speakers and moderator. First of all, it's Miss Sopio Jahanti. I have been practicing. She's the head of English language department at British Georgian Academy and in Georgia. And then we will have our first Asian speaker, Miss Juliet Bentley, Education Innovation Specialist at Datacom Australia. And then we have Professor John Shaw Taylor. You have already met him many times. He is the director of IRCAI in Slovenia, as well as UNESCO Chair for Artificial Intelligence. And then we have another speaker from Slovenia, Dr. Aida Pretnar Zagar. You have also met her during the workshop. She is the researcher at Orange Data Mining and Faculty of Computer and Information Science at University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. And I'm saving the best speaker for the last. So you'd be very happy to know that we have a very strong student voice represented by Miss Eva Oblak. Eva is the president at the School Student Organization of Slovenia and high school, as well as a high school student at, could you help me with your school name, please?
Gimnazia Bežigrad. This is my grammar school. And yeah, I'm a student there, and I'm also the president of the board responsible for international collaboration of all of Slovenian students. So yeah, that's...
Thank you, Eva. So without further ado, the floor is Ms. Sopios.
Hello everyone again, and welcome to the roundtable, to the second roundtable today. The key goal, first of all, of this roundtable is to give you an opportunity to engage into the critical discussion about the AID tool designs, as well as the teacher readiness levels in the era of AI. And for this reason, we have these wonderful panel members. Before we start, I'm just gonna remind you about the format that we are operating today. So we're gonna have 2 minutes for each participant to talk about their work based on the context from the countries where they're coming from. After that, we're gonna have 20-minute session, questions and answers, which I will be asking. And then after that, you will have a chance to ask your questions. So I recommend you to make some notes while they'll be speaking. And after that, we're going to have a very brief closing remarks. Yeah. So.
Good morning. Yeah. So I have the a quick introduction to myself. As you heard, I'm the UNESCO Chair of Artificial Intelligence at UCL in London, where I've been a professor for a number of years, and also the director of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO here in Ljubljana. My research has been, I'm coming from the technical side, so my research has been in machine learning over a number of years. I've coordinated networks of excellence on that theme within Europe, and also been partly involved or tangentially involved in some of the recent developments through connections with DeepMind. I think the thing I wanted to highlight was that this task of seeing how AI may be helpful to education is a very good example of where leaving it to people like me, the nerds, is definitely not a good idea. It has to be coming from what are the demands of teachers and educators, and what can AI do to assist and potentially in collaboration with those people, understand how best AI may be able to assist in delivering or enhancing the delivery of education. And I think these are really, really difficult questions, because actually we don't really have a very good understanding, in as far as I can tell, of what education really is. And there are very many different theories. And I think that collaboration actually can potentially be very interesting, because the fact that AI is here gives us also the potential to investigate in ways that previously might not have been possible what is being achieved by different styles of education. So I think that, you know, this is really an exciting area of research, potentially, to try to deepen our understanding through both the AI approach, but also, as I say, the educator's approach, where we may learn from each other about the best way to deliver education. So I will just mention one attempt that we have made in a collaborative project. Was called X5 Gone. It was mentioned very kindly by Wayne in his introductory talk. This was a European project, and the aim was to create a portal that would enable access to open educational resources in a way that would be empowering users to find what they needed for their particular situation. And the user could be a learner or could be a teacher. So the idea was to try to both bring together and semantically index material that's out on the web. There's a huge amount of incredibly good material that's available in all sorts of formats. I mean, particularly videos, but also PDFs and other formats. And index it in a way that will enable a semantic indexing of that material, but also to try to understand, and this is where things got, I think, interesting, but also challenging, was try to understand the level of a learner, what sort of interests they have and what sort of skills they have relative to the potential material that they might be able to present to them. And we were able to make some progress, I think, in that direction, in trying to understand which materials a user would actually engage with. So I'll leave it at that. I think my 2 minutes are probably up, and I'll pass over.
Well, thank you. My name is Eva, and as it has been mentioned before, I'm the representative of the School Student Organization of Slovenia. which represents around 80,000 Slovenian students. And today my role here is, you're all aware that this conference is specifically made for teachers. And I think you've discussed before that, a lot of teachers might want to include AI or might not want to include AI, but I'm here to represent what the students think. And when I was invited to this conference, I actually did a questionnaire to maybe find out what the students think about the use of AI in the school systems. And I was quite surprised with the results because I didn't want to come here and just talk about my own personal experience. And the thing I will mention mostly today is that around 36% of the students that answered my questionnaire actually did not want to have AI in the school system, especially not in the classroom, because they argumented it in a very interesting way, because they think that it might make their skills, they might not get the skills that the generations before them got. They mentioned that it is important that the student can actually write the essay by themselves, find information by themselves. It's the same as it was when internet was first introduced to society. Will it be easier for students to find information? Will they find information that is not relevant, that is not true? And the same thing actually comes up with AI. We're all aware that AI is here, and we have to, in a way, we have to be aware that all students will use it at some point of their life. Around 80 students already in my questionnaire stated that they have used AI and that they are currently using AI. I think it's the most important is that we actually are aware of that fact and we try to live with it, and we also try to implement it in the school system in a way where it doesn't harm the students and it does empower the teachers. So we should also think about that. I think my 2 minutes are also up, so I'll pass the microphone.
How do I follow that? So I'm Juliet Bentley. I was a teacher in Australia for 33 years, and last year was stepped out of the classroom. I was invited to go and work for a computing company. And it's an initiative that I hadn't anticipated ever being part of, because I was in the classroom. I loved teaching, but I was also loving the ability to be a bit of a digital bowerbird. So I was that teacher who couldn't turn a computer on to start off with. And then when it came to turning it off, I was always scared because I thought it was going to break, because they were the days when you had to park a hard drive and you'd have this blue screen of death and your world ended. Now I'm the person who really enjoys exploring. And I think that is perhaps the gift we can give teachers. And it comes back to time, sadly, but the gift we can give teachers is time to explore an environment where they are allowed to explore, to learn, to reiterate, to fail, to have productive failure. And the wonderful thing about my my new role is that I'm able to use Australian research, triangulated against international research. I'm aligning all of my work with government policy, the OECD standards, general capabilities, digital literacy, ACARA, the Australian curriculum, and the Australian teaching standards. And by being very conscious of that, and being in a computing company, which is a very alien place for an educator, to be in a position to see that I can draw upon the evidence of Dr. Christy Corser, who is another Queenslander, who discovered that through her PhD, we needed to have equal investment in professional development for teachers as spent on the boxes that people, everybody's very happy to spend money on, but they're not actually necessarily happy to teach teachers how to use it and invest in that space. And without somebody doing that, we're not going to end up with pedagogical change, enhancing education and transforming the outcomes for our students. And it's really important, I think, that industry starts to take some responsibility for doing more than just producing the tool and causing the carbon footprint, that they actually are now beginning to enhance what's happening in schools and making a difference to your practice and the student outcomes at the end.
Thank you, Juliet. All of you had nice presentations. So I will just briefly mention what we do because we do two things. One is we develop a software that you've seen at Monday's workshop. It's called Orange, and the software was, well, it began in 1995 or something, and it was at the beginning intended for educators. It was conceptualized around the idea, how do we teach machine learning without programming? And then we continually strive to lower the learning curve so that everyone can engage in machine learning and data exploration. So that's one thing. We develop Orange, and as I said, one of the biggest emphasis is on educators, on teaching, and on explainability. And the other thing that we do is a project called Pumice, which is Slovenian for small cougar. And the project aims to bring AI into primary and secondary schools. So I mentioned it already before, but when we started the project, we realized there's no dedicated time for teaching AI and computer science at that level in schools. So our approach was different. We said, okay, we're going to integrate AI into the existing curriculum. So we're going to use AI to teach topics that would already be taught in a classroom. So we developed several, I think about 10 or 12 lectures for different subjects: geography, languages, mathematics, biology, where we would teach a given topic, but use AI to encourage interactive data exploration, to encourage creative thinking, and to familiarize the students with the whole idea of AI and how it works. So I want to just relate to John and Eva, because I would like to just mention one thing. AI for me is like electricity. Of course, you can get electrocuted by electricity, but you can use it to light your house. You can use it to plug in your devices, and finally, you can use it to give support to someone in the hospital who needs help from the machines. So yes, it can be used in the wrong way, but it can also be used for the greater good. And somebody today asked me, oh, but now ChatGPT is here and the students are going to copy all the responses from there. Well, in my days, you just copied your responses from your colleague, right? It's the same thing. In the end, you don't know anything. So yeah, you can cheat if you want to cheat, but if you're smart, I mean, if you know that your homework is for your own good, then you're going to do it. So I would really like to hear from you. What are your pain points? What are you missing in today's resources and tools, and where we can support you, educators, to achieve your goals? Thank you.
Thank you. What a wonderful panel. And what's more important, we have so many different voices and perspectives. And for this reason, I'm going to start with a very basic question. From your perspective, what do you think? How do you perceive the current level of readiness among teachers when it comes to integrating AI into the classroom? How do you think, how ready they are? Maybe we can start with a teacher.
I've got to say, I think that it's very patchy. I think we have a lot of teachers who have domesticated technology in the classroom to some extent. So they're using Google Classroom, they're using Microsoft, they're using OneNote and Teams, but they're using it to substitute and on occasion augment with hyperlinks, etc. And I think it's comfortable. It's something that's trusted. And I think that the grief that goes with leaving something you've used a long time and you've trusted to try something that is unproven and you haven't got a lot of time to explore and experiment can be a bit of a problem. And so as a consequence, you're going to have people who will not touch, unless they are enforced to, technology in the classroom, or they will use it in that enhancing stage, but not the transformational stage that would come with modification and redefinition of activities. But I think that we have a responsibility to learn about our own context, to find out what we are doing in our current practice, because otherwise all we're doing is using anecdotal evidence to try and drive change. And if you've got one teacher in the school who's doing fantastic explorative work, and yes, falling over and falling flat on their face and annoying the techies, but having a go, and you've got a large number of people who are doing what they always do and others who aren't doing because they're scared, you're not going to get much change across the school, across that environment. So we have to create something where, a tool where, or we have actually with Datacom, but a tool that tells a teacher what their current practice is according to their school country standards, educational standards, the teaching standards, their curriculum, the SAMA model, for example, government policy and digital literacy. And by getting everybody to take part in that survey, everybody then understands where they are at in a confidential way. But that can then, in a de-identified analysis, show a school where there are lapses, areas they might want to focus on. And it becomes very much about each school identifying for themselves where they need their attention, and drawing upon the innovative schools methodology, where the leadership can see where they are best prepared for change and where they might want to pay attention. So I think that by learning what our unconscious incompetence is, moving through that to conscious incompetence, because when you know that you don't know something, you can do something about it, to that awkward stage of conscious competence, and finally moving through practice and exposure and reiterative exposure and learning how to play and explore and experiment and feel safe to do so in our schools where leadership allow us to, we can then find ourselves in a place of unconscious competence. And I think that's really important, because we want to demonstrate for our students that learning process, because we don't tend to, they don't see us fail. And if we want them to be problem solvers who can tolerate ambiguity and become creative and be more engaged in the actual learning process rather than directly jumping to a predetermined outcome, they're going to be in a better position to thrive when they leave school, because they need to think for themselves. And so, like you, I agree. I don't think ChatGPT is an issue when it comes to cheating. People who are going to cheat are going to cheat. But I do think that we can teach people how to embrace not knowing the outcome, demonstrate it for our students, and allow them the gift of being able to discover life and thrive using the technologies that are available to them.
Well, from my perspective as a student, I think it's very interesting because a lot of teachers actually, I mean, we're all aware that there's the system is quite patchy. Like some teachers want to use AI, some don't. But I think it's really interesting to look at it from a different perspective. A lot of students actually, I mean, a lot of teachers actually have big problems with, I don't know, using computers in class. They don't want to, I don't know, write down their lessons, who is in class. They don't want to use the electric board. They're really fighting against it. And I think AI is another step forward in that direction. So it might be a huge problem, especially for, at least in my experience, teachers that teach languages. So let's say Slovene teachers, English teachers. I think in my class, the teacher was really shocked because, well, how ChatGPT can help us write an essay. And I think it is a skill for the student to actually write an essay at the end of the day, even if they use ChatGPT, because ChatGPT doesn't really write a very good essay. You have to fix it. You have to, I don't know, use some thinking to actually extract all the good sentences, the good information. So it is a skill that we need to possess in the future. But I think that teachers are still very behind everything that's going on. I think we're very disconnected. I mean, not all of you, of course, because you're here, first of all. But in, well, in my class, let's say a specific example, our teacher still thinks that none of us use ChatGPT. I mean, she gave us a task where we had to write an essay that she will grade during the weekend. And of course, everybody used ChatGPT. I mean, it's much easier. We had like 3 tests. But I mean, when she asked the class, I mean, I've heard a lot about ChatGPT in the last few weeks. Do you actually use it? Because I think it's all like a complete lie and it's really not good. And of course, nobody raised their hand. So I cannot raise my hand because I would instantly be hated by the teacher. So that is a huge problem, I think, because the teachers really, I mean, they would need some kind of education about it. They need to see the actual research done. They need to see that in their own class, about 80% of students use ChatGPT. So they have to, I don't know, in a way, maybe don't give them an essay that they can write during the weekend and expect them not to use ChatGPT. So that's, yeah. Well, I'm gonna give the microphone.
Just one small comment. I mean, I think it's also very hard for teachers to find the time to upskill. I mean, you're tied up throughout every hour of the working day and more. I just wanted to cite one example of an effort to actually enable teachers to upskill in this kind of area, which is an initiative called Class Code, which was set up in France, and it was a training for teachers to learn about, in this case, computational thinking and coding, not AI per se. But I think it's a very good example of a bottom-up initiative that actually is not being sort of dictated by some, states, we come in and tell you what to do kind of thing. But it was able to really engage teachers and give them an opportunity to learn about, in this case, programming skills and computational thinking. So I think those kind of initiatives, and Orange, I believe, is, for me, it's a really great system for doing that kind of thing. So I think that we should be encouraging those kind of developments and sharing best practice across, different countries.
Thank you very much. Really, really nice. I think you didn't say anything, but if you want to add, feel free.
I don't want to.
Yeah, okay. There's going to be, yeah. So as you said, ChatGPT is not a problem as such. Would you agree then the design of the assessment is the problem? And if you want to comment on that, how shall we design assessment so that ChatGPT is not a problem anymore? What should it be like? It's very, very teachery question, I know. Sorry, my background. Maybe from the...
I'm probably not the best person for that, because you need a teacher for that, how to design the assessment. Maybe Juliet can answer this.
I don't like to talk. She says, yeah, right. I think we had the best opportunity and a missed opportunity when COVID took place, because we had the opportunity to change what we were doing. And we've been doing the same thing for centuries. It's marginally shifting, but generally speaking, our students are still sitting on desks directly in front of us, looking at a teacher doing the didactic sort of presentation. Some of us, and I'm sure all of the people in here, are doing very different things, but for most of the students, that's their experience. But now we didn't make the most of it then, but we are now in a position where we can do something. And it's a great opportunity to look at what's not working, or what we don't want the same essay coming from 12 students. We actually want to have new thinking, original thinking. So make it possible for them to do that by making the assessment more about the transformational skills, those things that are totally human, where they're applying those in a context that is not just content-driven, essay-based outcome. Yeah.
Okay, I have an idea. I just really want to relate to what you've said several times now, and I think it's so important. the ability to fail, the confidence to fail, the cherishing of failing and failure. It's so important. I come from theater background. I do improvisation. Well, I did. And there we celebrate failure because failure is where innovation starts. And that's what I think it relates to evaluation, because we shouldn't just, you know, be so focused on the correct answers, but we should enable the students to also fail and not demonize failure, but say, okay, you've learned something from this incorrect answer. How are you going to take it forward? How are you going to problem solve to achieve the right answer? So I really want that to be a part of evaluation, you know, the freedom to fail.
One of my colleagues at UCL suggested that one way of using ChatGPT is, you know, have a question and actually present the ChatGPT answer, and the student now has to actually correct the ChatGPT answer or critique it and understand it. And I think that can also be quite an interesting, you know, way of developing skills that they're going to be needing, students, you know.
I think this exact thing has already been implemented on the law faculty of Ljubljana. I've heard that there is this exam, I'm not sure what, yeah, probably. And it's this, you have to read this really large book and think about everything. And all the students are really, I don't know, they don't really critically think. They just learn a huge amount of information. And I think the teacher this year, actually, the main part of the exam was they got a ChatGPT answer on the subject, something that the teacher asked, and they had to correct it. And I think practically 60–70% of the students failed. Well, and this is the part where I can relate to what Mitka said, because, I mean, it's really hard because we're all taught what the correct answer is. And even in our class, when we, let's say we try to discuss a certain book in English, our teacher has the correct answers in her head because she has been teaching this exact book for the last 10 years. So then, I mean, when you actually write into like the ChatGPT what exactly it has to write, it finds the exact, I don't know, analysis that has been written by a person that really analyzed this book very well. It gives a correct answer. And I mean, if I wrote something else, I would probably get a worse grade. And I mean, it's also the thing that we should celebrate failure, but it really isn't being celebrated in the school system, to be honest. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you very much. So you have mentioned that when you're developing these technologies, you want to ensure that the voices of educators are heard. And I believe that voices of students should be heard as well. How do you ensure that? It's a very practical question probably, but I'm very curious. What do you do? Like, what are the steps how do you listen to teachers? How do you listen to the students, what they need? How do you identify them?
Thank you. So it's very, very simple. We had several workshops with them. So that's it. Through workshops, through brainstorming and testing out several lectures with the students and then gathering their feedback, just very old school way. That's it.
We haven't done enough of this, but we have tried also to do sort of careful experiments where we see how people engage with material and try to understand how different conditions affect that engagement. So these are sort of more like scientific experiments, but obviously with a human in the loop. But they're very difficult to do, and they're very difficult to get right and to correctly extract the information. But I think this is, you know, the correct way to go about doing things and really look at what actually is the outcome objectively. What is the student actually taking away from an interaction with material, and are we able to fully assess that? And we may find surprises. I think we were all surprised by ChatGPT. I certainly was. So again, you know, machine learning can throw up surprising outcomes and analyses. So I think this would be, the right way to go about it, but I'll be honest, we're not doing enough of it.
Well, just a quick follow-up. I mean, the problem is that the students' opinion, it's really not clear, because I thought that students would want to implement AI in the school system and the teachers wouldn't. But in fact, it's really not true, because I cannot just walk into the parliament and be like, I'm representing all of the Slovenian students and we all want to implement ChatGPT or AI in general into our school systems, because we really don't. So that is, let's say, a first problem. I think the main thing you have to focus on at the moment is actually educating the teachers. And then through that, because another 14% of the students weren't really sure if it's a good or a bad thing. And I think that's quite a lot of students. So I think it would be good to just, first of all, educate the teachers, give it some time so they can actually see what the results of it are, if it actually has any effect on them, and then try to implement it. Because at the moment, it's so new that, I mean, not even the students are sure if they want it there. So that's...
Thank you very much. So we've talked about AI and ethics and ethical use of the AI in the classroom for last couple of days. So from your perspective, how can we best provide the necessary support and resources to empower teachers in ensuring the ethical use of AI technologies? And maybe from your perspective, we can talk about the student support. What should be done? Very, very briefly before we move to and this is the last question from me, whoever wants to start.
It's been that being in the chalk face. It means that one of those things I see, and I'm really lucky to be able to be in this position of having taught 33 years, drama as well, to now be in a situation where I'm going into schools and I'm seeing what's happening in schools. I think we have to acknowledge that, yes, we need to support teachers in using AI, generative AI, but we actually need to support them in using technology to start off with, because that is the base level, and it has to be evidence-based. It has to be contextual to the school. And it's also really important to remember that every teacher comes to a situation in their school where they are bringing their values, beliefs, and attitudes toward using digital technologies. And when you ask the school leadership about what their vision is for using digital technologies in the classroom, often the leadership team themselves don't have a common vision. What we need to do is actually start to identify the commonalities, that shared space, and use that shared space to build upon the strengths. Draw in any experts that are wanting to share, but understanding that bringing an expert in isn't actually the best practice. Teachers learn best learning from teachers. And I think that to build collaborations, which is why I'm so committed and I love ASEF so much, because I learn so much from my peers. And I think that when you can look at somebody who's in the classroom and who's been practically applying all of these different things in the classroom and sees use and sees effectiveness, and of course, at this point, it's still so early in the game, we don't know if there's evidence to support the benefits of generative AI in the classroom. But at least if we work together and we have the conversations and we network, we will learn from each other and we will continue the conversation and we'll keep reiterating, because that's really important. Design thinking is part and parcel of everything we should be doing in order to get the outcomes we want, because it's the students that have come first in everything we do. And I think that that's really important. There was one other thing that came into my head just then. Yes, brilliant book by a man called Justin Reich, and it's called Iterate. And it's got so much material in there that I think it should be a standard handbook, because he talks about so many different things that can be applied in this sort of context. And I think really when it comes down to it, our professional reading and making sure that we maintain our currency and follow thought leadership, don't always agree with it, but certainly listen to it and make our own decisions. We want our students to be able to have an original thought. We also need to as well.
Well, I think for the empowering of the students, actually, the first thing that I would do I would make it less of a taboo. So the first thing is there are systems that are already trying to implement themselves into the school system. And I think that a student, I mean, at the moment, using AI in school is, I don't know, looked down upon by the teachers. And the students are actually scared to mention that they used AI anywhere or that they're even familiar with AI in the first place. So first of all, I would not make it as, I mean, as this kind of cheating system and where the teachers are completely shocked by how the students use it and it's awful. I mean, first of all, I would show them that it can be used in an effective way. So maybe show that to the students and then they won't be as, maybe set back on the fact that they might just when they present a project or something, they won't be scared to say that they used information that was generated by AI or something like that. I mean, it's a thing that we have to learn how to use. It's not necessarily bad. It doesn't make the student bad, or it doesn't make the work that the student did worse than the work that other students did. So
very, very briefly, I reckon that is absolutely essential, but to get students to reflect on their learning process as they're doing it, like a side comment on the process of coming up with prompts and how they changed the prompts and what they found and how they felt. And when they start to see their learning process, they then become more engaged and they become more attentive to what they're doing, and they then apply it to the next thing. And I think that by learning who you are, how you learn, you're going to be better able to apply that ability in that process more effectively.
Final burning comments before we move to the audience? No. Right, so now you have a chance to ask questions. Just one request, before you say your question, please state your name and where you're from so that we understand that. Let's start first hand that I saw.
Okay, my name is Lucy. I'm from Indonesia. Listening to Eva explanation and the discussion between the roundtable members, I become scarier to apply AI in my school. So actually, I teach in a middle school in Indonesia. I plan to apply AI in my teaching. I'm an English language teacher. However, Eva is from senior high school, right? So I would like to ask some advice maybe or some suggestion. How should I apply it in a middle school in our country? So should we move forward, use AI, or should we stand here to stop AI or what? So I'm just want to see your insight about this. Thank you very much.
Well, I think, in my opinion, specifically, it is good to evolve with the world. So if AI is here, we cannot change the fact that it is, and students will use it either way. So of course, I think it should be added into the school system. But especially first of all, we shouldn't be scared of it. And the second thing is that when we give out assignments, maybe, I don't know, reading a book or discussing a book, maybe first of all, check if the students are even familiar with the topic. So during class, maybe try to debate with them, try to figure out what their opinion is, how they maybe think about the book, and what is the right or the wrong interpretation. And then maybe give them an essay to write. It's not a problem if they use ChatGPT, but they still have to maybe argument their own statements, their own view, and it's fine to have a different view. So I would definitely say that it's good and it will benefit the class itself, so the lessons. But yeah, I mean, maybe try not to have them write about the same topic in the same way, because that is a thing that can be generated by AI and it's very hard to figure out if it was. So, yeah.
When it comes to using generative AI, especially with English, you're going to have students in your class that are across, having different reading abilities. You can use generative AI to give the class, the same material, but at a Lexile level appropriate to them, in a way that they can be engaged with their class in their learning, but at a level that they are most competent and comfortable in to feel success. And it also means that they don't feel like they're being isolated or having attention drawn to, but the accessibility tools that are there, for example, like Dictate, a student who may not be able to write it very clearly, but can speak it, can use a Dictate tool where they can see their words, and then they can go and engage with that work. So I think it's not something to be frightened of. I think it's actually very empowering.
I'll be just very practical because we've done this before, especially for languages specifically. We took a book that the students have to read. Ideally, it would be available online, so you need a digital version of the book, and then you can do a lot of things. You can parse it by sentences and then observe. You have technologies even for Indonesian, where you can look for mentions of certain characters, and you can see where in the book these characters appear. You can see which characters are mentioned in the same sentence. So, they appear in the same setting in the book. You can look at the frequency of words. So any kind of creative data usage in this, be it a book, or maybe we compared fiction with news articles, and this is very for a junior level, but what are the characteristics of each type of writing? What's specific for fiction? What's specific for news? Any kind of these topics. So if you have any idea, we'd be happy to help with. We like to develop this kind of things. So get in touch with us, and we'll help you.
Thank you. I think there was another hand, and then Wayne.
My name is Tito. I'm from Portugal. I have tried the use of AI on my classes, and what I'm telling you is, what do you think about that as student? If the teachers show you have a problem, and the teachers show you how to, in the use of AI, solve the problem we have put to the students, and then we make our we criticize the results. Do you understand that the use of AI sometimes have problems? And what do you think about that kind of solution I have found to my students?
Well, I think that is. I think that is a great solution. As we mentioned before, criticizing the answers that ChatGPT brings up is actually a great way to teach the students how to use it, because they will use it eventually. So they might as well learn how to use it and how to be critical when reading that information. Because we also, when internet was first, it was first introduced to our society, we had to learn, because all the people, they were really scared that, I don't know, maybe this information will be incorrect. Maybe we'll try to write some kind of article and it won't be good because the information will be, I don't know, there will be many things wrong with it. But I think we all learned in this, I mean, internet has been here since I was a child, so I know how to use it. I know where to find the information, and it would be the same thing with ChatGPT and with all other AI tools. So I agree with that, and I think it's really great.
I have good results with that kind of work in my classes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I would add sorry, is that okay? Just quickly, I mean, on the ethical issue, maybe tying it back slightly to that, I think we need to be continually monitoring as we develop new techniques, and sounds a great one, but also to sort of think about, the ethics of AI is not solved. It's not, we have a recommendation from UNESCO on this topic, but that doesn't, it's not like it's finished business. We need to be monitoring how things go, and I think there are some, surprising effects. I mean, I often cite the example of, Google Maps. You know how to get to places like there's no tomorrow, but you've actually forgotten how geography works. You actually de-skill yourself through that process. So is that educative? No, maybe not. It's actually has this side effect that we perhaps need to keep always thinking about the potential side effects.
Yeah, but the same thing, actually, I just wanted to mention. I mean, the world does go forward, so we might not need a map to move around anymore. And it is important to note that, yeah, I might want to write an article, but I won't have to go to the library to find the book and open it and check everything. I mean, in some cases, we just have to accept that the world went forward and we have to maybe evolve in that type of way. Of course, we lose the knowledge of maybe walking around the forest, looking at the moss and knowing where north is. But that just comes with, I don't know, I mean, education and evolving of the human, I mean, the society in general. So yeah, that's it.
I think Wayne, and then we have one hand on the right side. I think we're really, really limited in time. So just 2 more questions and we round up.
Okay. So I just wanted to quickly answer this question. I think one of the best things you can do is get the students to teach you about the AI systems. That would be very cool. One of the things that John was mentioning earlier about doing research together and the importance of research in this space. And one of the things that occurs to me, and I see this all the time, is that a lot of our computer scientists think they're reinventing, they're inventing things for the first time. And a lot of the time they don't actually take account of the, 1,000 years, or at least in the past 250 years of research in education. And I think that's when we talk about multidisciplinarity, I think it's really important, but we need to bring and build upon expertise, which we often don't have. And we don't have a lot of work. I think Juliet was kind of mentioning this on the impact. We don't know what the impact of these tools are in classroom settings. What is the impact on the relationships between students, the relationship between student and teacher, how the classroom runs? We don't know because nobody does that kind of research. Okay, so that's my point. But my question is, and this is with regards, the talking, and again, we've heard talk about, the importance of giving our students opportunities to learn computational thinking, how AI works, how to code, machine learning, all that kind of stuff. I completely agree. What I want to know is where in all of that should we focus on the human impact of these tools? So where should we talk about fake news, surveillance, racial discrimination, over-reliance on AI, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Where does that, what role and where should that play? And when we're teaching people about how to build and code and all the other stuff.
Well, I think at the core, I mean, this is absolutely essential part of, it's like teaching about electricity without telling you that you need to be a bit careful how you use it. I mean, it's absolutely at the core of what one should be teaching. And, sadly is often not. I think the multidisciplinarity is something that has to be not just in the research, but also in the teaching, actually, and in the presentation. I mean, I really applaud this idea of using AI in different disciplines, because I think that's really where you begin to see both what the technology is, but also how it can be used in creative ways. So I think those are, really good examples of how to approach this.
Very briefly, we don't live in silos. So we actually have to start to have this conversation across all of our subjects. When we're talking about bias, it could be in English, it can be in religion, it could be in geography, it could be in maths, it could be in any area. And it's our responsibility, it's incumbent upon us. We are all responsible for digital literacy. So we actually have to make some decisions about how we feel about it and how committed we are to making a difference for our students.
Thank you. And one more question and we will finish. I'm sorry. We have lunch after, so you could continue having all these wonderful comments during, sorry. You're awesome.
I'm Suzette from Portugal. And it's really interesting to hear and to know that, yes, the world moves forward. So I'm taking your words. And it's also really interesting to hear students' perspective, that you feel scared and afraid of using AI. But But now I just pose the question, why not get teachers and students to plan and work together in unit, lesson, curriculum, development, design? In other words, looking at co-efficacy between teacher, not just teacher, but teacher-student as well. I think that that could be a means or a way of the world moving forward. I don't know.
Well, of course, yeah, I totally agree with that statement. I think it is important that students and teachers move forward. But the problem is that if we do that on the level of student representatives and teacher representatives, we're usually the people that are driven to be, I don't know, to move with the world. So to actually use AI, to implement it. But in general, that doesn't really work for the other 99.9% of the population. I mean, the students and the teachers here, you're all very open to that idea and you all try to use AI, but most of the teachers don't, to be honest. I mean, at least in my experience. So I would like that. I would really like that to happen, but I'm really not sure as a student representative if the students even agree with me in that statement. So yeah, that's all.
And I think it means structural change. It means we've got to look at what we're doing, why we're doing it, more importantly, and what we want our students to come away with.
Thank you very much. Jyoti allowed one more question. I think there is a microphone migrating to a person who wanted to ask a question.
Shall I? Okay. So I got the... So regarding the AIDA and then the EVA, celebrating the failure. Teachers do celebrate failure, but in the formative assessment things. And then it is not a good philosophy to say it's not the end of the world. Yeah, we cannot say every time to anyone. So if it is the summative assessment, like things like you done in your Roman law, yeah, and then 60 or 70% of the failure is not a good, I guess, result or outcome at all, because in order to continue our generation, we need the high thinking skills here. And then do you still support such kind of celebrating the failure? Because every time when we do something, we have to have the takeaway from every moment of our life. And then, so within the, let's say 1 semester you were studying the Roman law, and then your takeaway was failure. And then how do you see in the future of this, I don't know, developmental stage of the society?
Ida, I think. Absolutely. This was not referring to formal assessment. Okay. Definitely this was not referring to formal assessment. I was referring to creating a safe space, because I feel like a lot of times we're afraid to make mistakes, and this was just saying teachers should be encouraged to create this safe space, and if you say something wrong in the class, it's not the end of the world. So okay, what led you to this answer, and how the others think this should go on? Like what is the right answer? How did we get to that right answer? Because I think we should, create a safe environment for failure. Definitely, it wasn't referring to that desk.
Well, yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, it's important. It depends on what actually is considered a failure, because in a lot of examples, we can actually, every single comment has some arguments behind it. So if the student actually gives those arguments, I would say there isn't really a failure. So in general, I think it's good that in the school system, especially in the case that I've mentioned before in the law faculty, it's good that it's the students are actually trying to learn how to change the text written by AI, because that is the thing that they will need most in the future. But yeah, I mean, the concept of celebrating failure is quite hard to explain, I would say, in this case. But yeah, that is pretty much what I had to say.
Maybe just mention that those students do have a second opportunity to take the exam. It's not like they failed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for our panel members. I think it was a really, really interesting discussion. And now we are going to move to our lunch break. So, yeah.
Let's thank again our wonderful speaker and moderators, Sopio, John, Ava, Juliet, and Ida. So before I go for lunch, I have some very important notes, and we will be also taking a family photo. So please stay. Okay, so you have a very important afternoon ahead with your pitches. So I can see all the tensions as I look around the room. But please don't worry, you know, you have been practicing, you have been working for months, so it should be okay. If you could help us by uploading your presentations on the Dropbox. If you have a PPT, that would be great. If you don't have, that's fine. Some of you have emailed me, but I'm afraid that I might not be able to go through all of your email and upload it on Dropbox. So I don't want you to panic. I don't want to panic. So please make sure that you are uploading your presentation on the Dropbox. If you are facing any challenges, please ask your peers who have already uploaded and didn't face an issue. They might be able to help you. And it's only for the school collaboration participants. For faculty, you just email your presentations to me, or you have it on your pen drive or thumb drive as well, just in case. So with that, time for photo. Simon, if you could put the break slide up. Okay.
remember that we are a small group of disparate researchers, and what I'm scared is if we invite them to be part of it, then it's going to completely flip the balance again. We need a safe, we were talking earlier today, somebody was saying we need a safe space where we can work together and work out what we want to do together collectively. People won't be agreeing with me, you know, it'll be a wide space, but it's still working forward in that direction. So
okay, thank you very much.
So.
Thank you, Wayne. Okay, we will move on to the yes, yeah. He deserves it.
More.
Well, after all, he kind of, you know, was brave to start the elevator pitch. Okay, so now we will have the next page presented by Dr. Margus Pedaste from Institute of Education, University of Tartu, on behalf of Dr. Miki Sugimura from the Sophia University, Japan.
Okay, hello, my 90 seconds. On behalf of our team, we have a wonderful team from Estonia, not only Estonia, actually 3 countries from Europe and 6 countries from Asia. And the problem is on creating a comparative study on the introduction of AI into schools for equitable and qualitative education. And it starts from the idea that actually we have quite a lot of guidelines, policies to support AI use in education. But unfortunately, we do not know how it has had any effect on the practices. And it might be that the policies are not even well developed. Therefore, we try to find good practices in the level of policies at the country level and institution level, and also at the level of practices, and look how those are aligned with each other. So we would like to focus on the measures taken so far in those countries involved in our project. We want to understand what are the guidelines provided so far on different levels, if the policy has had really effect on practices, what are the ethical issues, competencies of educators needed in those cases, and we focus on qualitative approach, looking for document analysis and focus groups. But my final word would be that we would like to withdraw our project from the competition in favor of the 8th surprise project. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect. So now we have 2 minutes for questions from the judges.
Hi, so first of all, thank you very much for that presentation. I would like to ask which countries would be a part of the comparative study. I can imagine that the ones on the map, but I would like to emphasize that even European countries in itself are different in digitalization. So for example, Estonia already has electronic voting, whereas Slovenia does not. So I would like to ask you if you're planning on expanding the project to further countries to get a broader sense of what is the issue and what can be some of the better practices.
Yes, definitely. We are happy to involve more countries, so that if somebody is interested in the study, please write to me or Mickey, and we will extend the collaboration. So far, we have in addition to Estonia, UK and the Netherlands from Europe, and several countries, as you see, more green picture there on the map. In case of Asia, we have China, we have Korea, we have Japan, we have Bangladesh, we have Indonesia, and we have somebody I forgot. Who else? Philippines. Yes, we have Philippines as well. So that yes.
1 more minute for another question, perhaps.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I completely agree with the idea of digi-sustainable teacher, as mentioned in the previous roundtable, in the idea that teachers are agents of change. And I think in most of the countries of the world, they have become a force and agents of change, taking education into their own hands and trying to upgrade ever since the pandemic. And I also agree with and very much like the idea of moving from unconscious competence to conscious competence from the part of the teachers when they go into the classroom with the new methods of using AI. But the problem remains, how do we handle misconceptions, disinformation, and misinformation as factors as distractors and factors which can affect the quality of education and the introduction of AI into education in the classroom. So misinformation, disinformation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First, I would like to say my opinion about the word of misconceptions. I would suggest to delete this word from our vocabulary because it's already not supporting inclusion. Let's talk about alternative ideas. People might have alternative ideas, and it's really more inclusive so that we can take all those ideas and learn about those. If we understand what is there behind of those ideas, then we can make our own decisions. We can have our own agency to make the decisions which way to go, what is really misleading information, and how to critically view on those topics. So quality of education and inclusion, equity, and diversity would be definitely the goals in this project and the angle to look at the policy documents and practices.
So I mean to say we need to work on our mindset and be more flexible.
Yes.
Thank you, Luisa. Time is up. Luisa was very, very enthusiastic, so I couldn't tell her that you were not supposed to ask questions. Yeah. So for this session, we'll be only taking questions from the jury members. But thank you, Luisa. Thank you so much, Margus. So with this, let's invite our next elevator pitch presenter. So it's the one that I see, it's Project 4, Wonju Office of Education Teacher Training Course by Dr. Hyusun An. Apologies, it's slide 3 is for Wonju. Yeah, okay. So Dr. Omar Shekola, let me get the time.
In our project, I'm proposing the benefits and challenges of artificial intelligence and the cross-country comparative research, which will be very important to inform our policymakers. So in this, the need stems from the fact that in many cases, we do have maybe digital literacy strategies or technology strategies, but most very likely that a policy has to be in place. So a comparative study is a must. And we are proposing the following desktop research that will be set through a scene to an examination of the different policies. Why? Because it's important to us, even in Malta, for example, to be informed even from what is happening in an Asian country and in other European countries, and also some academic writing as well. I mean, some studies which have been done so far. We are also proposing a mixed method research. This is important so as to have a quantitative study, which is important, so to reach all the teachers, and then maybe some observations of the good practices, like this one, for example, where what AI is happening, and see the challenges of teachers, because as you know, observations can help the good practices, and also the validation hybrid workshop, which may be necessary even for the qualitative part of the comparative study, to have this in place. The outcomes, of course, there will be the outcomes of it. I'm suggesting a creation of an online space for further dissemination and resources and inform our respective ministries. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. We have 2 minutes as usual. Who has the question ready? Liwen, Maya, and Mitya. Okay.
So we got another comparative study. So my question is, which country are you thinking about were involved in your study?
Well,
and how are you going to implement it?
Well, similar to my previous presenters, I'm open for comparatives for other countries, of course. And I think thanks to also this ASEF, we are managing to do that. And maybe I will add also to the previous comment. I think that it's fairly right that you also will look to the next projects, project 5 in our case, and project 8, that also that will be here. But we are open, yes, for yes, different countries.
Thank you. So our experience is that it's very, very hard to get response from teachers in schools. This is usually the case. So maybe something which would be a support method to what you will do. You know, this might take time and energy for just to get something which might be then a very biased view.
I expect that in the quantitative research, which will reach the majority of the teachers, there will be non-respondents, as we have heard even in the previous sessions. So, but that says a lot. I mean, those who don't respond, I mean, it's in themselves. Most probably, they are not interested at all, or they may be afraid of AI. I mean, but there may be reasons which were most probably are not using it, or technology in general. The observations may be with some willing teachers who will be able to even learn more from their experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Now, let's move on to the next presentation. But before that, a big round of applause for Omar as well. Okay, my apologies for earlier. Now we have project for Gwangju Office of Education, presented by Dr. Hyun An.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start my presentation by brief introduction to our, goal of Gwangju Education Cooperation District. Actually, we'd like to achieve happy Gwangju education, where the schools and communities work together to discover and nurture children's dreams. So we have, for past 10 years, we successfully addressed the goal, and we have reputation nationwide. And from this year, with the adoption of new curriculum of Korea and the development of digital AI textbooks, we were pushed to open up many workshops for the teachers in the in-service teachers in the field. And I found out that teachers, they feel very uncomfortable with the situation. Even though, they are pushed, they don't understand why they should take part in the workshops. So from the understanding of the problem, I try to design and develop some kind of teachers workshop in the meaningful context. So what I did so far is I did a project pitch in August, and I conducted the Gwangju seminar online and collected feedbacks from the teachers. And I'd like to design and develop the teacher workshops on AI field, which is more contextualized, and more meaningful. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
And questions from the jury?
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's very necessary to teach the teachers how to implement that in the classes and how to tackle the AI issue or problem arising. And I think it is sometimes better to do that on a local level because it's more approachable, also more hands-on. But I would like to again ask, what would be the scope, and also would that be mandatory, or would that be for the teachers in certain areas or in teachers that are interested, or how would you determine the scope?
Yeah, actually the scope of my project is, the localized one. So in Gwangju districts, but I need some kind of expertise, expert knowledge from the ASEF faculty members. What I expect is that how can I say? I'd like to give them some meaningful context. So I'd like to network the teachers so that they have some kind of feel the necessity to design the courses. So not kind of mandatory one. We'd like to, network together and learn together for to address our mission to raise our children as a happy children. Yeah.
Thank you, Houston. A big round of applause for Houston. Now we have Project 5 by Professor Maria Ruth Regalado from the Philippines. You have 90 seconds.
Don't start counting yet.
I haven't started.
Okay, let's see my coding. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. AI is not going anywhere. It's not going away, especially in the field of education. So teachers must come prepared. And the way to support them in their preparation is the establishment of policies. As we speak, even as we speak right now, several institutions are developing their policies. However, these policies are drawn from related literature or whatever is available in the internet, not necessarily capturing the experiences of these teachers. And so we propose the conduct of this project, Digital Transformation and Use of AI in Teacher Training, a global scan report. I'm joined by several members of the ClassNet 2023. This is a synthesis of country reports from Asia and Europe on the experiences of teacher educators and in-service teachers. We shall be looking into points like familiarity of teachers on AI, extent of use of AI in daily tasks, and so on. To do this, we shall be using different mixed methods of research and following this timeline. Hopefully, when we finish, we would be able to generate reliable resource that could serve information on policies that are needed. When put in place, we can say that before developing the policies, we really listened first to the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Now the jury.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, is there any, and probably there are many, resources that you can use for this kind of an evidence-based reporting? So and it's not just a, starting from the scratch, but it's something there already and you would be building on top of this.
Yes, we would be using the available literature as basis for developing our questions. However, we would really want to emphasize that when we develop policies, we don't draw it from the literature, but from the experiences of the people who will be affected. So it is essential that we listen to them first, using this research, gather it up, consolidate further, and then develop a global scan report. When we do this, the team members who will be country representatives will be developing their respective reports, and this would be contextualizing the policies that they would be informing.
Can I ask another question? So which links to that? So the teachers will be the only source that you will get information from, or you are looking for others as well?
Yes, there are two groups of teachers that we will be looking into. These are teachers who are preparing pre-service teachers, so teacher educators, and teachers who are already in the in-service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. That was exactly on time with question and the pitch.
Thank you.
So with this, thank you.
Yeah, that's nice.
So now let's invite Mr. John Carlo Ramos. He's the executive director at ASEF. Okay. And now your time starts.
Sorry, the material is broken, but there are 3 gears here: the AI ethics and values, and then the other one is values-based teaching and learning for the second gear, and responsible use of AI. So in almost all the discussions that we had in the past 2 days, including today, it's always there's always one crucial factor that is highlighted, the value. Okay, so in my project, I'd like to focus on developing values-based module, which will teach the students about the necessary values that they need to internalize so that they can utilize AI and even confront the challenges brought about by AI responsibly. And as a values education teacher, I am reflecting on how are we really preparing our students in this AI era. So my module will focus on students, basically secondary students, and I'll be utilizing the approach, the learning design that we're using in teaching values education and character education, which is the ASEF approach. And we aim to prepare our students to become more responsible users of artificial intelligence while looking at or given its various benefits, risks, and threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. Now we have questions from the jury.
Thank you. So one question I have is, so if this would be a training course, I guess?
This would be the lesson, set of modules that the teachers may adopt in teaching responsible use of AI in the classroom.
And that would be available in what type of form?
We will make the modules available online so it could be accessible to teachers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a very simple question. I'm wondering in this module, how you see AI's role in us as a content, as a tool, or as a process?
Okay, so we're looking at I will not be dealing more on how to use AI, but I am dealing more of what are the desirable values that the students should possess so they can responsibly use AI.
So maybe I'd like to ask, considering that students are very different and their approach to AI is different comparing to what they study, are you planning to kind of implement that into all studies, or are you thinking in particular for people studying something comparing to values and then also to other students, or do you think that that will be a unified approach for all students?
I think since the writers and the developers of modules will be coming from different culture, we'd like to develop the materials that is more open and so that when we implement it to different countries, the teachers can still localize. We're not very strict in terms of adopting 100% the contents of the module, but we also would like the teachers to be creative in localizing and contextualizing the contents of the module.
Thank you.
So it could accommodate various cultures as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Carlo. So we have now another presentation. So it's project proposal 7 from the representatives from Malaysia. So Juliana and Rizal.
Okay, let me take a deep breath first.
Whenever you are ready.
It's a super trained.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then. Okay, good evening, everyone. So because we were asked to have one, so it's an infographic. We have pre, peri, and post here. And the final one is the implementation. You can see the pre here. Actually, we are creating an AI and cybersecurity module for trainee teachers in Malaysia. Okay. But before we do that, we actually had these 5 things over here. Define problems, smart objective, create, feedback, pilot, test, and final. We are at the 4th level now, okay? Which is the right one. Actually, the graph you can see, we did a pre-survey to get some feedback from the students on how they take this AI, I mean, whether they have the idea of AI or not, okay? So from there, we actually went into next step where we use systematic literature review so that we get all the feedbacks. I mean, all the journal resources and all these things so that we get what are the issues. Okay, from there, we came into the SMART diagram where we focus into these 5 things: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. And from this thing, we are looking at creating this module using the Bloom taxonomy. And we are also looking at the policy level in terms of our country, because we need to see whether whatever module that we are doing for these teacher trainers is compatible or not. And the last one is all the statistics, how we are going to do the module, what are the assessments, what are the numbers. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rizal. Thank you, Juliana. Now the jury.
Thank you very much. Lots of information, one slide. I just wonder, so there are many courses available, and since we are the OER community and chairs and so on, I just want to know or ask you whether you are thinking about reusing something which is there available already and fit into this big picture.
Yes, because you see the number 8 where we have this red box, right? That are 8 topics or modules that we are going to take from UNESCO as well on the implementation part. Because you see, we have the pilot project will be in the One Teacher Training Institute, and we will, once it's done over there, it will be taken as an elective module. So it will be used for throughout the country. So the 8 topics or elective subjects, actually, we are referring to UNESCO. And we want our students to have that attitude, skills, and knowledge in this term.
My question, so this will be purely online or how you're going to implement this training model?
Okay, because my colleague here, she's a lecturer in IPG. We already spoke, I mean, Teacher Training Institute. We call it IPG in our country. So we already spoke to a few people when we were doing this project, and also to the rector as well, that where we are going to do the pilot in one Teacher Training Institute. So we will see the feedback from there, because we want to have a concrete module and we want to focus on our students. You see why I take this teacher trainings, because teacher trainings are the people that you can mold. But if you go about existing teachers, they already have their own set of thinking. So you see here, the 6,750.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you for the answer.
Well,
we're excited, I guess.
Yeah, that's how elevator pitches work. So thank you, jury. Thank you, Rizal and Juliana. Let's move on to the next presentation. So this is a surprise. We did not know there was Project 8. So can I see who is presenting it? Wow. So he started it, he's ending it. It seems he loves elevator pitch. So Dr. Wayne Holmes.
Thank you. I use that one. During our conversations over the past couple of days, the faculty teams, we realized, and as has been mentioned, that there was an awful lot of overlap. So each of the projects that have been displayed to you today, we think should all continue. We're not suggesting they don't. But we also think that they need to come together. So we're bringing together all of these projects into Project 8, or as we prefer to call it, Project 8. And the really cool thing is this has completely emerged from us all being face-to-face. It did not emerge when we were doing our online meetings. And I think that's quite telling. So what is Project 8? And the idea is AI for teachers. And what we've recognized, a common theme that came up again and again, was that we need good quality professional development, resources and training for teachers so that they understand both the realities of what AI is, the realities of how AI works, but also the challenges, the human dimension. But importantly, we recognize, as has been said many times over the past couple of days, is that it's different from country to country. So the resources that we're talking about putting together here, probably we're just going to work on maybe a 3-hour module. That's going to be our starting point. But a key part of that will be how is that localized for teachers in particular contexts. So whatever resources we put together will only be part of that 3 hours. And there will be a chunk where we encourage and support teachers around the world, Asia, Europe, and elsewhere, who choose to use these materials to think about how does this relate to what we do in our country? And how do we ensure that we take account of local policies, local contexts, and local expertise? So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Now to the jury.
The management of such a thing, how do you think it will work?
I think it will work by us meeting. That's step one. It's always good to meet. But now we know what we're doing. And we have so much expertise in the group, and we have expertise outside the group that we can draw upon. So we have teacher trainers in the group. We have people who are experts in AI and the complexities in the group. And so be about working out. So I think the first thing is we identify what do we want to teach? And then perhaps the second thing we identify, well, how do we want to support the teachers to teach that? But as I say, the key part is that how do we localize it as well? So that it has a common core, if you like, for everywhere around the world that's focused on the AI itself, but there's always that opportunity to bring in the local context.
So I'm still interested. I think that some of the projects were different than others, especially in comparison that some were already localized, where some are more broad. And I would like to ask, how will you strike that balance in having that general overview of what needs to be done, but then also be able in the same project to localize it, as did some of the projects?
It's a good answer. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it possible to be localized. That's our core task, to ensure that we value that and we put that at the front, that we make it clear that this is not a comprehensive module you can just take off the shelf. You have to do some work yourself, depending on your country. And I think what we can do is perhaps work with some countries. We could work with Estonia, we could work with Malta, we could work with Malaysia, whatever, to actually get some models. So this is how we've done it in these countries to give you an indication, but we'd not expect you to replicate this, but just hopefully be inspired by it and be able to localize it for yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I really fully support this from where, okay, computation become collaboration. I think that's a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, as it say, it emerged from our discussions being here, and it's great. We're a strong team, and I think the beauty is bringing this all together. We're going to be able to do something really, really cool. So I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you to the jury as well. Guess what? We are exactly on time. Actually, 1 minute early. So I think they deserve a very big round of applause for such, timely presentations. So the job of the teacher trainers are done. Now we move on to the teacher. So are you ready? Hopefully all those speeches were icebreakers for you. So now it's your turn. Yes. Yes. So for the result, we will do it all in the end. So I kindly request our jury to save their notes for these 8 pitches. So there will be a break. That's when you will discuss with each other. Yeah. So now we move on to the school collaboration. And for that, we have a new set of juries. Mitya, you will still continue. Yes, you have the big responsibility to evaluate both teacher, trainer, and teachers. So there you go. And now let's invite the rest of the juries. So Miss Juliet Bentley from Australia, from representing Datacom. And then again, we have Miss Eva Oblak, a high school student and president of a student, representing a student organization in Slovenia. And we have Dr. Sirin Chakamamont from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Sirin. And again, we have Professor Li Wen. So she's also taking the big responsibility to be the jury for both teacher and teacher trainer. So that's it. And now we will begin with KAI, QE Alpine AI Innovators. Are you ready, Susanna? Susanna is representing her team member BBN as well, who is not here, from Austria. And Susanna is from New Zealand. So let's we're doing the presentation. Oh, while Susanna is getting ready, some information for our juries. You have a set of papers in front of you. So you have a list where you will see from team 1 to 34. You have information about the team, the teachers, their schools and country. So that's for your reference. And you have another set of paper with the evaluation criteria. It's out of 10. You have 4 criteria and you have a summary and the name of the team as well, so that you can use this to during every page to kind of evaluate right away. And they are printed in both sides. So if you can look into the both sides, please, just to save water and to be sustainable. So please make sure that when you are evaluating, it's the right team and the number is right as well. Okay, so Susanna is ready. Let me start the time as well. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
What makes us human? What makes us human in the age of AI? Relating to each other and the world around us could not be more important right now. This ITP project addresses students' concerns about generative AI, their lack of AI literacy, and anxiety around inability to distinguish between AI-made and human-made. Through a cross-cultural collaboration between Austria and New Zealand, we explore and reinforce those qualities that make us human, while encouraging critical engagement with AI tools, exploring its risks, limitations, and addressing anxieties around its use for both teachers and students. We also look at positive applications of AI across the 2 countries and beyond, widening student perspectives of the world, highlighting benefits of responsible use of AI, while increasing a sense of connection, human connection. The teacher collaboration supports ongoing upskilling in AI education for the teachers, while an opportunity to co-design with students during my school visit tomorrow at the Austrian International High School, where I will be co-designing with students and my collaborator, Bibi. So this is an important project because it has lots of impact, such as enhancing students' AI literacy, global collaboration, and cultural connection, and also allow student and teaching agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. So unfortunately, because it's an elevator page, time is limited. So every time, even if you are not done, I'm going to stop you. Yes, yeah. So, but you did great. It's now we have time for a question from the jury. So who is ready with the question among the jury? Eva, I said that you were smiling.
Maybe how are you planning on implementing this in the school system? What are you going to do? What is the result of your project?
The time zone between Australia and New Zealand is quite challenging. So we actually using technology to allow interaction, developing of that relationship. That then builds a sense of connection, cultural connection, and enhances commonalities in terms of urgency in dealing with real world problems, both in Austria and New Zealand. We're going to be implementing it in class with the students. We will look at co-designing the activities through discussion with the students and the teachers, and it's a fluid process. It gets implemented, and one of the challenges at the moment is finding time to build their AI literacy. I at the moment integrate into my robotics classes, and Bibi integrates into chemistry as well.
Thank you, Susanna.
That's it?
Okay. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Now we will have team torch bearer from Bangladesh and Estonia, Lutfunisa and Orsolia.
Okay, so hello everyone. We are two teachers from different countries with very different background, but what the common problem is that we identified during our meetings is that our students quite often use AI writing tools in a very ineffective way. They often copy-paste the answers, and our solution is to design a project in order to improve students' critical thinking, but also raise ethical issues. We had them explore AI writing tools such as ChatGPT, Grammarly, and not only the writing skills is going to get better, but also we used debate clubs, peer assessment, and also a lot of games such as AI bingo and different kind of role-play scenarios.
Furthermore, our ITP not only provides understanding of students' power writing tools, but also generates insightful discussion about how to use AI tools. This preparation equips the students to prepare to face fourth industrial revolution also. And furthermore, a student will prepare for themselves to enable their skill and their ethical awareness and ethical awareness also there. And another thing is that they understand the ethical dilemma also.
Time is up. Question from the jury.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is how the collaboration between both of you make the project better than you do it individual with your students?
At first, we divide group. They work in group in writing skill. Some divide different topics. After that, they go to ChatGPT, Grammarly, they collect the answer, then they present before the class.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to the next team. A big round of applause for them as well.
It's number 3 in the Dropbox. It's already there. I checked it.
I think it's here.
It was up there in the very top. Can you see it?
No. What is that one?
Front of mine. I uploaded that. They saw that it was there.
We didn't see it there. No.
Did you refresh them because it was
It's we downloaded all of them.
check one more time.
No, it's
I will say a few words without the
okay.
slide
Why
here.
don't I go for the next team, and then I think here
So if you want
you
me
take
to be the next
100
one,
from you take it
okay.
100 from someone else. Yeah.
I will check when if it's there.
Yeah. So our next presenters will be Bypass Path, Hiroko, and Tito. And in the meantime, Adam, please take your presentation in the thumb drive. So for jury, this is Bypass. Yes, thank you. Bypass 4, team 4, yes. Okay, yes. Ready? Ready? Okay. Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Do you agree there is no end of the problem to the problem of young people posting inappropriate posts on social media? So we believe that the background of this issue involves there having unrestricted access to AI without being taught how to use it properly or ethically. So solving this problem requires learning opportunities at the schools as follows.
So in our work, we are trying to construct a classroom. We share the classroom in the 2 countries. I have tried in Portuguese, but now I have no Iroko only here, but we'll try in Japan too. And the main objective is to make students increase their efficient to do more efficiency in their work. But the negative thing about the use of AI, it's the excessive use of AI. So we will need students to create a job in the future. We'll pass by that kind of sample, and the final objective is the creation of a website where the environment must create a company to be friendly with the environment and to solve a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Now question from the jury. Who among the jury has question?
With the creation of the websites, are they going to be interactive, and how are you going to use the AI tools in that context?
We want the students use EA tools to construct the idea of the site, but on the end, they must present the future job must be on that idea to have the company, but they must understand how to benefit, how to arrange benefits with the work of their idea they need to put on the website. Okay.
Lovely. Thank you.
One more question.
As the information from the generative AI is not that up to date, how will you deal with or solve with this problem, because it may reflect not the current situation, how critical we are at the moment regarding the
Yes.
environmental issues?
We must work with the students to have an idea what are the ethical issues and how to work with AI information they get to improve our development in the use of AI. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tito and Hiroko. So now our next presenter is called AI Explorer by Adam and David from Poland and Cambodia. And Adam is representing the team. So whenever you are ready, Adam, I will start the time.
Number 5.
No slide. Yes, without slide.
7.
Jyoti, can you help me to open it? That's this one. Not select all, but unselect here. What happened? It's on the memory stick. Oh, number 3 here. Number 3 here. Here.
This one.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we start the time now?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Find this one. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Adam. I work together with David from Cambodia. We are both teachers of English, and we came up with the idea that it would be lovely to work together with students on using AI to support them while learning foreign languages. And, you know, our idea was to start working together, learning from each other, experimenting, you know, failing sometimes. And then we wanted to actually, we want to improve, you know, in the further stages, we want to improve our work. So what we done, we divided our activities into 2 parts. The first part was devoted to raising students' awareness. So our first activity was to ask ChatGPT what are the benefits and drawbacks of using AI in education. And ChatGPT, of course, listed some answers. And later, over 2 weeks, we tried to gather materials using, you know, critical analysis with students, materials like films, articles, etc. So students had some time for conclusions, for, you know, analyzing materials critically. And they later, when they came back to school, we had an exchange of ideas in groups. And later we moved from one group to another, and the groups presented their ideas. In the second stage, we came up with some ideas how to use ChatGPT and TWE to support teaching foreign languages. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So, thank you. So questions from the jury. Who is ready with your question? Wow, everyone is busy scoring. Me? Okay.
So, Adam, when it came to the students' engagement, what was their response?
Maybe here. Actually, at the very beginning, you know, probably like everywhere, students treated ChatGPT as, you know, the source of information and the source for doing their homework, for example, or, you know, as source for cheating, etc. But, you know, with time, they really realized that it might be useful, for example, in case when they were absent at school and they didn't understand some grammar patterns. So they learned that using AI might be really helpful, and, you know, they really appreciated the fact that, you know, when they ask AI a question, they get some answer, and even if they don't understand the answer, then they ask another question, and they can learn finally what they wanted to get.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to our jury members as well. So now we have next team called Cyber Virtue, represented by Zsolt from Hungary, and also he's representing his team Jin Wang from China.
Okay, hello everyone. Apologies for not making any PPT, but my favorite American general Mark Matley said that too many PPTs make us dumb. So you have to pay attention to my speech. As the ITP project Cyber Virtue suggests, we focused with my partner from Beijing, Jane, on raising our students' awareness of the controversies and risk of AI tools, especially in media content and media material development. So we put together a project which is absolutely feasible within a school environment for four sessions in 2 weeks' time, when the Chinese and Hungarian students had to use 4 different AI tools like Deep Dream or text-to-speech or Adobe Voca, and of course ChatGPT for text generation, for creating their own multimedia content, and they had to share with each other, and using their critical and analytic thinking skills, they had to make up another content, so analyzing the reliability of the other students group. So our method was absolutely student-centric and, of course, a little bit AI skeptic. So fostering the critical and creative analytic thinking skills of our students. And hopefully, when they complete this project, they will be much more aware of the hazards and the drawbacks and the darker side of multimedia content in this respect. So it's an educational and interdisciplinary project with English and IT and media studies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Zsolt. Now, questions from the jury?
Yeah, I just wondered because you identified the tools for, so for Chinese schools, do they have access, do they access different tools, or because there's some access problem? So how you
These tools are available in China as well. So they don't use a team, so they have the Tencent, but the Adobe and the others are available. So that's why we harmonized the open access AI tools.
Yeah, so we just have one question. So this is everything is one is not mono, is not available.
It's English, yeah, English. About what?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question about the evaluation. When you evaluate the student, how will you, what criteria will you use to evaluate the creative skills?
They had to use all these 4 platforms, and they basically evaluate each other. They also have to Google search whether that story with the other students group created is half fake or fully fake, or it's authentic. So, and of course, there's the teacher supervision, but it's mostly self and peer evaluation.
Thank you.
Thank you, jury. Thank you, Zsolt.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, let's invite our next elevator pitcher, Angel, Huiwang Angel from China, also representing her team member, Mirala, and their team is Bulchi AI.
Greeting everyone. I'm excited to present the ITP, which is integrated AI-powered tools with face-to-face sharing circle, and hopefully to reshape the experience of English learning for EFO middle school students. Picture it, AI drives 70 to 80% of the curriculum, and we introduce AI-enabled APP, for example, BAN, maybe real works, and these APPs, they are rich of the literature masterpieces, also with very smart functions, for example, the words preview and the online idea sharing. Also, we'll use the Cubeboard, and because it has the very smart functions, and students can create their paraphrased versions in literature style to create their own version and do the comparison. And what make this ITP interesting and practical and feasible, because the remaining 20 and 30% of the curriculum we will introduce and devote to the face-to-face sharing circle. And the teachers and the students can play the different roles. For example, the discussion leader, also the person who is in charge of the plot and who is in charge of the AI tool connector and whatever. That's the ITP. Is more blended, super.
Perfect, perfectly on track. Thank you, Angel. And now 1 or 2 questions from the jury. You have 2 minutes. Thanks, Simon.
How do you envisage the practicality of students being, I'm guessing, at home doing their computer element with the Quillbot and the Bang? The practicality of having children at home, parents at home, having to supervise these students, and then having just 20 to 30% of students in the classroom?
The practical way, because, you know, in my schools, and we have the actual classes, and we can do a lot of trial and a lot of the, experiment studies. And so we will get that as a project, and we will choose the students. Actually, the students choose us based on their interest, and like the size 20 students, and they will choose this kind of the lesson, and we can do it in our school. We have the IT rooms, and they can do this for that part, for the AI part curriculum, the classroom at school or at home, that's fine. And for the face-to-face sharing circle, and this can be online. For example, we will connect the interactive classroom with the Bulgaria, the school, my partner. There we have the online interactives through the face-to-face sharing circle.
Right, lovely, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angel. And now you move on to the next presentation. Okay. So we have teacher's pet for the next presentation. Gisela, do you have a slide here? Nope. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so it's Gisela, also representing her team member Yunting Liao from China, and Gisela is from Estonia. Ready?
Yeah. Okay, so we are preparing our students for the future, right? Some of the skills they will need are ability to express their ideas in a visually engaging way, gather information, critically analyze it, synthesize it, also use technology confidently, and collaborate with others. So to develop these skills in our students, we created our ITP called Digital Storytelling in Science Class using AI Tools, which is a project-based learning practice, and its outcome is an educational digital story about a certain topic. And since the emphasis is on the general competencies, the teachers can choose whatever topic for their students to research and learn about. And since the types of projects take a lot of time, which we teachers don't have, we outsource the technical part of the storytelling to AI. So the editing, the visual creation, all that. And even more important than knowing how to use any specific AI tool, we think that it's important that our students have the general idea how AI works. So whatever AI software they're using in the future, the learning curve is smoother. it's like with programming languages, when you know one, you can pick up the other ones also like easier. And so, yeah, in conclusion, the aim of the ITP is to help our students be better prepared for the life at school and after school. Yeah.
Thank you, Gisela. And now to the jury.
So, what do you think it's why using AI to tell the story about science, or like to come up with the story? It's better. It will make the student become better storytellers.
The storytelling part is like a separate part. It's like the general competency, and the science part is because like I'm a science teacher and my partner is a science teacher, so that's what we initially focused on. But actually, you can use it in any class, and I would probably do it in cooperation with some of my colleagues, and I would actually outsource this part to the literature teacher. So yeah, it's like they're learning a lot of things, and some science topic is just it happens to be like one of them.
Thank you.
So, and you are encouraging all modalities to be used, not just text, probably, in storytelling. So, what is the result?
Oh yeah, it's probably like an animation or video, or it's a visual, definitely.
She has 30 more seconds if you want to ask one more question.
Ask all the questions.
Just very Mandeli's question, just why it's called the teacher's pack?
Yeah, you emailed us as well the question. It's because of a song, and it has like this a little bit of like a meaning, not the positive meaning, definitely, like, but yeah, I think there always is one, or several in any class, and they probably have like a purpose, or like it's good to have a few.
Okay, thank you, Roman.
Thank you, Gisela.
Bye, everyone. Safe journey.
Bye, Wayne. Have a safe trip back to the UK. Okay, so now we have from Spain and China, Jingjing and Pilar with their team called JJP.
Jing and Peter. JJP.
That's it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, ready. Yeah, so with this project, we try to find a way to maximize teachers' efficiency. We want to tackle the lack of interest of the students, and we want to grant inclusiveness in the classrooms, because we bother to diagnose a lot of learning difficulties, but then we do nothing about it. So what can we do to solve this problem without raising any ethic alarm?
So we researched the number of AI-powered tools in both of our country, and we grouped them into 4 categories based on the usages. The first group is grading and self-correcting tools, and we use them only for daily tasks of homework and make sure parents agree with the use of it and provide access to the tools. And the second, task planners to help teachers and students to focus on their goals. And the third group is some kind of mind map creators to help students visualize the topics as a whole, get a whole picture of what they have learned. And we also get some visual aid presentation enhancers to help students focus. We always keep in mind, we should take the neurodivergent students in our mind. Okay, that's all.
So finally, with our project, we tend to improve the teaching experience, and we also get the students engaged in an inclusive classroom scenario.
Okay.
Thank you. You saved 2 seconds.
Good.
So to the jury.
So with that daily routine that is aided by AI, that would be some kind of an app or something?
No, we use in different types of AI-powered applications, and we establish a routine. So we have For example, yes, in the 4 groups she said, we have ones for organizing the slides in a more inclusive way, accessible, and we have others to help us correct tasks, not exams, but daily task or homework. So students can receive an immediate feedback. They don't have to wait for us to correct them. And we also have a very strict plan. We design with a task planner. So we know that we are not going to be wasting time during the lesson. So the pace is fast.
Thank you. 1 more minute for a question. Yes.
So the question is, do you actually also help teachers to prepare lectures the day before? Or
yes, well, we are starting with our experience, and if it works, we are trying during the 2nd term. We are planning now, and then we could create like a group work with our peers from schools and try to help them to get the same results, if it works, of course.
Yeah. And we use different tools in our countries, and we can share more experiences, and we can help each other. Okay, thanks.
You have 30 more seconds.
Yeah. Thank you for everything. Everything was wonderful.
Yes, they deserve a very strong round of applause. Thank you. Okay, still 7 more seconds. Okay, very well done. With that, we move on to our next team. Team Kylia. Do you have a PPT, Kylie? No. Okay, good. So let me just minimize this. Okay. Use this one. Okay. So whenever you are ready. Yes.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so Kylie is from Estonia and she's representing her team, Miss Julia Sia from Spain as well, who is not here. So Kylie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I understood this task as follows. Have you ever had to apply and had to create job application documents at the 25th hour? Yes? And this is a really, really high paying job and kind of a job you've always dreamt about and would like to impress your future possible employer. But unfortunately, you have no clue or you have no idea how to create it effectively and fast. If so, then there is a solution for you. And this is ChatGPT, Canva, or Grammarly. And these are the best solutions for you to use to integrate your knowledge. These e-tools are more than easy to use. Only thing you need to do is to open it, then insert necessary information, create CV, create cover letter, and relevant data. And surprisingly, the layout provides you an excellent outcome. And it looks like really professional and catches an eye of a reader or your future possible employer. And feel free to use ChatGPT to ask for a piece of advice to provide you some really good and relevant answers for your job interview by using advanced expressions. So these are the most effective ways how to save up your valuable time and still be the best applicant.
Perfect. Perfect. Exactly 90 seconds to the jury now.
Okay.
Okay, when creating CV and so on, sometimes you have to put personal information on it. And you said you suggest using the generative AI. How will you deal with the security in terms of information security?
Do you mean use while creating CVs and cover letters? Actually, because this is supposed to be a pitching, then I think it's part of the teacher's job. Yeah.
So those are learning materials, courses, right?
Yeah, during the lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
She has 1.5 minutes.
Would the use of AI in this kinds of work, maybe in writing your CV or something like that, would it actually enhance like the education for the students? Would it actually help them in any way, or would it just be an easy way out?
So actually, of course, the dream is to help students to become better and to use more knowledgeable expressions and phrases in terms of their CV cover letter, and actually it does provide really good examples. And of course, for the job interview as well, ChatGPT knows the questions, ChatGPT knows the answers, but the only thing is how person is able to speak by heart using expressions as phrases provided by ChatGPT. So this is the key issue.
But part of the I think learning English and stuff like that, especially when we have, I don't know, a test in English, is actually knowing those complex words. It's actually how to express yourself. So would that maybe set them back a little bit if ChatGPT actually gave them all the vocabulary that they need for the CV?
I'd like to disagree with you because the outcome is on the contrary. And because at the same time, knowing or studying these words, you have them acquired into your language and into your knowledge. I think ChatGPT is effective.
Yeah. I think perhaps during the coffee break, you can continue the conversation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Kylie. Thank you so much. So with this, let's invite our next speaker, Vanessa. She knew Vanessa. She's representing her team member Rusi from Estonia, and Vanessa is from China, and her team is called Ruxin. Are you ready?
I think so. Oh, wait a sec. What's going on? So I won't see it on my laptop. Only on the screen.
This is Ruxin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already opened it.
Okay.
See it
Okay.
on the
Wait.
screen,
Wait.
but not.
Yes, this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Just use this one. Just one slide. It's okay.
good. Or if I need to turn it, you just press this.
You just can press the arrows. Yeah.
Okay. So these two.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Simon, please still help.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In our ITP, students from Estonia and China are to design an electronic magazine with the help of, generative AI tools like Night Cafe and ChatGPT. And also, some personalized, feedback and analytical AI tools installed in the individual tablets that Chinese students are using nowadays in their classroom, which I would like to elaborate on if you're interested in the question session. And in our ITP, the students from Estonia art school will be responsible for the art design and layout of the magazine, while their Chinese counterparts will take care of the texts with the inspirations they draw from ChatGPT, but not to copy everything directly without, discerning or sifting. And actually, before this creation phase starts, and our first phase centers around 3 steps. It's learning mainly from the thesis and lectures, resources, and also discussing and debating mainly over the pros and cons and ethical issues of using AI tools, and also guiding on the teacher's part, mainly about the usage of sensible usage of AI tools with the information discerning ability. And I think that's pretty much all I like to cover in this, 90 seconds.
Perfectly on time.
Thank you.
To the jury now.
Thank you. So my question would be, so are there any topics selected, or do you have topics selected?
No, I love to leave that to the students
So it's up to them to decide.
Yeah, and it's better to be cross-cultural or involving topics like that.
I just wonder, is this magazine, how often do you think this magazine will be? Just one off, or could be repeated or something will be last.
You mean between these two countries, between these two schools?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this will just be the starting step. And
just one.
Yeah, the starting point, and where I think that maybe in the future we can turn it into a long-term collaboration, like in the long run.
Okay.
We can take one more question.
Could you see extending it to other schools so that we build that body of cultural empathy and understanding? I think that's one question. And the other one is actually, when it comes to the Chinese students doing text and the your partner Estonians doing the art, is that not limiting them to one?
Integrate them into
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yes, I think that's going to happen through like an integration, like the online meeting and online messaging platforms, so they can exchange their views and combining their plans together, because the outcome should be one magazine with their joint efforts. And about your first question, I love to see that, promoted and spread to other, schools and between more countries. Okay.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thanks a lot. That was perfect, for exactly on time. So now we invite the team, Crow Park Hybrid Classroom, represented by Alenka from Croatia, and also representing her team member Adnan from Pakistan.
That's right. Unfortunately, my team member couldn't be with us here in Ljubljana, but we are both English teachers, so we have created 2 40-minute lessons on the topic of free time activities and hobbies. Now, can you imagine a classroom where language learning becomes an adventure? Our ITP does just that. It blends AI technology, collaborative activities, and cultural exploration. And it transforms language acquisition into a dynamic and engaging experience. It fosters not only communicative competence and vocabulary development, but also vital skills like teamwork and intercultural understanding. It's not just a lesson, it's a journey. It's a journey across the gateway to a future where the landscape of education is truly captivating. We are trying to catch and surf the big wave of this paradigm shift in education, where technology, collaboration, gamification, inclusiveness, and diversity all converge to create a learning environment that is not only effective, but it is positively transformative for all of those who are involved. Thank you.
You saved 10 seconds, so to the jury.
I've got one question around the ethical and security, the ethics and the security of the privacy and the details of those students. I don't know whether I missed that or not.
Our students have not been exposed to anything like that. So, because this is only to what we use, where the students use the artificial intelligence is only to funnel in a second vocabulary that otherwise could take a lot of time.
Okay, and when it comes to the security of the students working in like Meet, etc., they're not giving their information apart from maybe their first names in that context of.
When they meet with other students, they know their names and last names. But of course, in Croatia, their parents need to sign the approval. Yes.
Permissions.
Yes.
So it's up to you then to decide which tools to be used, or it's up to them?
Well, so some of the artificial intelligence tools that we use, one are teacher supportive, which is the Auto Classmate, that has enabled us to combine the two curricula in a second, like please combine the two different curricula, different states, different legislations. And then we decided to use the artificial intelligence safely for the English language, for learning languages, because it does something in a second that otherwise would take a lot of time. And then other digital tools, some of them are chosen by students because there are, for instance, learning apps. They're very intuitive, easy to use, and the students choose whatever they want. They create tools for each others. So they go through stations and they choose tools, they create tools that foster learning and gamification, of course.
Thank you.
Time's up.
Thank you, Alenka.
So our next presenter will be the anchors, represented by Dios, and he's also here representing his team member Ionis from Cyprus. Let's cross on the feet. Let's cross it first. Is this your computer, Davor? Could you help? Could you?
Just transfer the file to me.
Should we skip?
Sorry?
Should we skip?
No, he's it's okay. Rekha is using the time to collect. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all blocked.
Do you have it in a pen drive or somewhere? Okay, go ahead. Okay, then we move on to the next presentation. Yeah. Let's see which one is next.
Want to try again?
Yeah, okay. We give. Okay, Dios, it's ready. Okay, you have 90 seconds.
Wait. To my fellow presenters, to our panel of judges, it is with great honor and humbleness to present our ITP under our team's names, the anchors. Famous writer Dr. Xu said, "The more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go." That is the very reason why our ITP encapsulates the title that stands for CRIP, that is Conceptualized Reading Flipbook. According to the PISA 2018, Cyprus ranked 50 and Philippines ranked the lowest in reading. That is the very reason why we anchor our study, our ITP to that, by conceptualizing our lesson, our reading materials or instructional materials using the AI with that examples in the process. This will become our fuel to continue giving positivity and impacts to the lives of our students, because at the end of the day, it matters not how straight to gate, how change the punishment is cruel. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. We must remember that we are the captain of our own instructional materials. Let us continue our voyage in AI. Thank you very much.
Well, you have 20 seconds. So to the jury, you have more time for questions.
So it seems like you are trying to let the student get the contents without reading.
Yes,
But
that's definitely, it's more about localization. We are going to use local context, like the stories of our locale, because we believe that contextualization and localization could foster engagement and learning.
yes, so I would like to leave it with you in the future. So maybe it will not solve the problem of the PISA 2018 results, because there's 3 skills in 21st century is reading, writing, and arithmetic. But once you like skip the reading process, maybe it may affect the future.
We just anchor only our ITP to that research-based, result-based, of the PISA 2018. It doesn't mean that we are going to solve literally the problem of our countries. We're just only anchoring our ITP to that.
Okay, thank you.
1 more minute for a question.
My question is, do you think the problem you identify is because the student lack of material, learning material, and then AI play a very important role to help you solve this problem?
This is another kind of instructional material which is more engaging and suitable to our students. Yeah, we have many ethical issues concerning to that. But if we're going to use that kind of process, we are going to have the ADDIE model or the smear after all, so that it could be able to identify the real problems that might occur in the process of making this kind of ITP or instructional material.
Thank you very much.
Perfect, Dios. Very much on time. So with this, we will have our next presenter from Indonesia, representing Team Estonasia. She's from Indonesia, and her team member who couldn't be here, Rego, was from Estonia. 90 seconds.
Okay.
No more 3-minute videos,
Right.
yeah?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fitra Murniagus Ramayulis from Indonesia, and my friend Rigo Ginter from Estonia. That's why we name our group Estonasia. Esto means okay. Now, okay, all right. So the title is Agent of the Change, teaching students about AI. All right. So here we discuss about why UNESCO supported teachers to have a kind of collaboration like ASEF is doing now, because we are going to have intercultural understanding. So the aim of our project is to equip students with AI knowledge and skill. And then the second one, apply AI for learning and creativity in storytelling, and improving students' literacy, and then exchange storytelling as a way to get students into cultural understanding. Why we focus on that? Because we want Estonia students know about the story or legend or folk tales of Indonesia, and as well, vice versa. We are from Indonesia, really want to know about the story, legend, folktale, or something else from Estonia. Okay, so the key impacts. The first one, enhancing AI literacy, and then second one, sharing culture, and then fostering students' interest in AI, and then integrating meaningfully. So AI tools, Canva, CapCut, Playtagon, and then Padlet.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
You did great.
Oh,
To the
Jyoti,
jury now.
you make me in hurry. Okay.
To the jury. 2 minutes per question. Come on, you are wasting her time.
Sorry, everyone.
I'll give you extra time.
Okay.
It's not your fault.
Okay. Looking at your AI tools, artificial intelligence. Padlet is a scribing tool. It's a way of gathering. Doesn't seem to be an awful lot of intelligence in. I wouldn't classify it as an AI tool. I can see it's incredibly helpful, but it doesn't do anything apart from give us what we've already got.
Okay, let me explain to you why Padlet is here.
Yes,
so Padlet is here. Yeah, we put Padlet here. Why? Because all the students' storytelling will be put in Padlet. So that's why we put AI tools. A kind of we don't need to send through emails or WhatsApp, but we put in Padlet. That's why. Thank you.
That's okay.
Sorry, ma'am.
Now I got a question. So, and also this also refers to other projects that are creating content. So you have all these, enormous social media elements that you can put in all this content that students are creating. In one way, this will be a positive content for the social media. And the other end is, of course, you can create a strong impact. And this is what I'm asking about the impact.
Okay. So the impact that you are asking is to make the students have more self-confidence to put their work in Padlet. For example, Estonia students will see my students' storytelling. So it is a kind of the impact my students feel self-confident to put the storytelling, even though their speaking is not as fluent as Estonia. So that's why it's a kind of how we treat the students to have character buildings, to appreciate, and then whatever it is. So what you suggest to put in other social media, so actually we did. Why? Because the link will be put in the Padlet, not the whole story telling. Okay, that's all.
Very well
you,
done,
sir.
Petra. Thank you.
ma'am. All right. Okay.
Are you feeling better now, Fitra? You are done.
Not this one. This one.
Oh, sorry, not the.
So our next presenter will be Dagmar from Estonia, representing also her team member from India, Parameshwari, and their team. No, yes, we know. Dapur and mine. Yeah, we know. So
I am
Dagmar's team is Adapted Team Tailor Learn Task Force.
That is who I am. And I uploaded it to team number 14.
Wait.
I am waiting.
Ready?
Nope.
Okay.
I will move the slide. There.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to present our project. While looking at the school system in general, we identified the problem as that students in large classrooms don't get the attention they need, and teachers are stretched so thin, they don't have time to offer the individual learning experience that all students deserve. The solution we propose is introducing teachers to AI tools in order to use to implement individual learning pathways in their classrooms. We intend to do this with regular peer-to-peer training sessions within our school, so the teachers don't have to rely on only self-taught AI knowledge. We have completed one session in India where we introduced teachers to AI tools such as Copilot in Microsoft Edge, interactive YouTube videos, and avatar maker in Canva. And the feedback from the users has been excellent. We as teachers need to realize that AI is already in our schools, and we need to teach students on how to use it responsibly. But in order to teach it, we need to know it. And that's why the training of the teachers is irreplaceable. Thank you.
Perfect. So she has 2 minutes and 10 seconds for questions.
I love questions.
Yeah, I just want for this, thank you very much. For this project, you only introduced one AI tools to them, or?
No, actually we did it in the training itself. We introduced 3 stages. First, how to assess the students on what type of learners they might be. Then we gave teachers different AI tools for visual learners, for auditory learners, for kinetic learners, all different, so they can apply it to the material. And then also we gave them feedback tools on how to collect feedback from the students. So in all 3 stages, use AI tools.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 more minute for another question.
And this is with the hands-on.
Yes.
Involved. Yeah.
The idea is that we do the training session and then the teachers go and try it. One part of the actions we do is that we do a sample lesson, so they can come and see our lesson to see the way we do it, so they can build on something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She can take 1 more.
That sounds vaguely rude.
Are you planning on maybe stretching that project to a bit like to other countries as well? Because there are quite a lot of countries that, and maybe will you then, if you stretch it to other countries, will you change the AI tools in which you're educating maybe the schools in India? Because different countries use different AIs and so on.
Definitely. That's something that this program has given me, is the perspective of what type of AI tools you have access to. So I'm very glad to have that to keep in mind, so I know what to do for next countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly on time. I love that. So with this, we have AI rookies from Estonia and Indonesia, Ruth and Luciana.
16?
15. 15.
No, 16.
15, yeah, that one.
No, this one was that.
Is this your one?
Why is that? Okay, it's
Okay,
fine.
perfect.
Okay, wait. Whenever you are ready, I will press the time.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we are AI Rocky. I am Luciana Dian from Indonesia, and this is my partner.
Yes, I'm Ruth from Estonia.
So what we have in common is writing a story based on myth and legend of our own country is in our curriculum in language teaching. So to enhance creativity and competence in student writing, we plan to use AI as their trigger to create imaginary image of their own characters. We use myths and legend of their reference, and now even more, we are joining the intercultural perspective between Indonesia and Estonia.
Okay, and very shortly, the steps that we plan to take. It's the first one that for the students to do some background reading, to find out more about mythological characters, and then from that reading, they choose these characters and go on to create imaginary characters with AI tools. And we are very clear, or we want to be very clear for the students to understand that they need to give very, very clear instructions to the AI tools. And from there onwards, then they build up the story. And this is now their own work. They can't use AI anymore. And then go on to proofreading and proofreading now each other's work. So both Indonesian and Estonian.
Thank you. We have 1 minute, 90 seconds for a question.
I'm just really interested because this is an area I am interested in. Would you have your students, when they're doing their research and reading one another's stories, be looking for tropes so that they can actually understand more about cultural contexts and then use them for building their characters.
Yeah, exactly. Because I went through this part of the project already, and I asked the students to read about the mythological characters from Estonia, and they did quite a bit already as pre-work, and found out quite a bit, and it was easier for them to choose the characters they wanted.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you.
Is this a individual work or is group work?
We can,
together.
yeah, in the beginning, we can do it in the teamwork.
40 seconds.
Cross country as well.
Yes.
They still have 30 more seconds.
And would that actually
How do you do it differently without AI? Do you think would you be able to do this without AI tools? That's my question.
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
No, I mean, so if without those tools, how different you're teaching?
The characters?
Yeah, you would teach differently. No, sorry. I'm thinking.
I think what we're talking about is what is using AI bringing to this table, because you would be doing this, you could do this without using computers or using AI. So I think that's really the question.
Yeah, time is up, but I'll give you 10 seconds. Yeah.
Actually, we are using the AI. We can use Canva or Crayon to create the imaginary characters from their description into the imaginary one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Perfect. So with that, please, a big round of applause for them as well. Very much on time. So we invite a team called Sustainable Development Goals Champions Alliance. Anna from Finland, Adrian from Hungary, and Siti from Indonesia. Big team.
And we are here.
Ready? Okay, good.
Dear jury, we are representing 3 different countries. And our topic was Agenda 30 to show some new perspectives. But in the future, we would like to put more emphasis on a local approach, and we will be able to see the differences between the countries.
Yeah. The second one is we are using the AI tools that already given in here. We have Canva, Hagen, and so on. The next one is maybe the one that we want to improve is about the gamification. The second one, this is the new thing for us. Well, we would like to have the gamification because it's really important to us to have like tests and also understand about the knowledge about the SDG as well. So yeah.
Okay, and we want the student to process what they have learned by working creatively, on their SDG, and we want them to work together with ChatGPT. So our idea is to have the students have ChatGPT create a poem which they will then use as a basis for a new poem that the students will create. Then yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, each of them to the jury now.
Okay. Yeah. No. Love the idea of the attention to the SDGs and the cross-curricular integration of that. and getting students to use a poem that's been stimulated, or that write their own poem stimulated up by a ChatGPT one. Again, though, I have to wonder, when it comes to that, is there any difference between getting a poem out of a book to respond to and to write from?
No, not as such, but they can, I think, well, ChatGPT will also create a so-called original poem, so to say. So it has not been created by another human being. So what happens when the students use their own knowledge that they have acquired by working through this, learn much more about the SDG, they process it and they write a new poem. But my students, for example, they aren't poets. They don't know how to write a poem. If I just tell them how to write a poem, they won't know where to begin. So in this, they will use the ChatGPT poem as a template or a model, but it won't be a very good one, and they will notice that themselves that the ChatGPT poem will be fairly flat. So they will have to think it through. What do I want to say? How can I use it? And they can use the same structure that the chat poem had. So that way it will help them. Yeah.
Maybe just a comment, a suggestion. So there, what would fit to that is there are many solutions available or being in development, which is AI tools to address the SDGs, which might be even more relevant than just writing poems. This is what I'm saying, right? And this is the things that are interesting for students, certainly.
Absolutely, and what they have done, I mean, they have made presentations while working on their SDGs, and we have collected all the presentations, and they have also made videos. We have collected everything on a Google site. So it's actually quite a huge project, and then to compare all these 3 countries and see what we can compare and contrast.
Even the feedbacks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Team SDG Champions Alliance. With this, our next team will be Emerald Guardians.
I haven't got something.
Do you have your slide?
I uploaded it on final page 1, 2, 3, 4 in all of them. Up. Yeah, this one. Yes.
This one?
Okay.
Just a sec.
Yes. So the team Emerald Guardians is represented by Ilse from Latvia and Susana from Spain.
Hi. The title of our ITP is Problem Solving Challenge with ChatGPT. Would you like to know what is this about? But this is about engagement, it's about team working, explore creative solutions, critical thinking skills, and ethical considerations. Would you like to know something else about our project? Please listen to my mate, Liesl.
Hi, colleagues. So you think you don't need this? Think again. Do you remember last time when you were trying to avoid colleagues who constantly asked you how to do this, how to do that? Well, you don't have to hide anymore. Our ITP has solved your problem. We have created a framework for any collaborative project you might ever need involving AI tools usage. So 8 simple steps, and your students will come out smarter, more critical, and they've completed any challenge you present them. Thank you.
So they have 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Q&A.
Okay, that sounds fantastic. How? It's perhaps, I think, yeah.
Ask ChatGPT.
Right, okay.
I mean, So each step in any subject that you might need, or any size of project, age group, or whatever, you might use these 8 steps to create a project that the students get introduced to their challenge, they form teams, and they create their prompt or problem statement, and they use AI tools that help them solve these problems. So next step, they work in teams and criticize among themselves, verify, seek deeper the solutions or proposed answers, and then they continue after they have verified the answers. So like, and you can put any subject underneath that.
I was just about to ask whether you've got any like prompt engineering solutions for your students and teachers to get them started.
Well, it's the experience. That's I mean, the focus of the project. It is simple, but the focus of it, it is just that they have to try, and they have to get the critical aspect of the answers they are getting.
And do they keep a log of their process so they can actually see how they're learning?
Actually, as this chat GPT, it's a chat. You can see the progress, and like every next step that improves your prompt, you can also compare the results that they offer. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I think they are also.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So with this, one of our colleague, Christina, she has to leave, so we will start with her presentation. So the next team will be after her. So her team is called Pixons, not this one, not this one. Shaper of the Sharpest will be next. Yeah, next. Yeah, Pixons team.
Which number?
It's at the end, very last one.
Right.
Very last one. The Pixons, this one, 34. Give me, wait a minute. No, we have to go back. No, I need to introduce you. So Pixon's team is represented by Christina from Greece. She's also representing her team member, Leah from Indonesia, who is not here. Okay, whenever you're ready, then I will start with the time.
Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Christina Koutidou from 4th Lyceum, Ceres, Greece. Together with Leah from Indonesia, we are presenting the topic Empowering Visual Literacy using Pixon to build creativity and critical thinking ability. Today, students use technology a lot. The question is, how, to what extent do they use it for educational purposes? Also, how to teach history and English as a foreign language in the digital age is often complicated. According to our experiences in class, as well as scores from daily assessment, we suggest that younger generation is absolutely ignorant about their own history. And when it comes to write historical essays or answering analytical questions, they tend to look deeper into ChatGPT or Brainly and copy-paste answers. So this habit hinders them from thinking critically, analytically, and creatively in learning. Based on this problem, we use the comic maker app called Pixton as a medium to build students' knowledge and creativity in learning history and EFL. Given the current weird circumstances, we picked up the topic of World War II, which is followed in our both national curricula. So finally, we intended to build up literacy skills, visualize history and DFL, and bridge intercultural gaps through English as a foreign language in class. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Now to the jury.
You see an example of Pixton. We used it as a model for students to watch and work on it and create their own stories.
Questions, jury?
Have you already tried to implement this in your class? What were the results? How did the students react?
Yes, my colleague from Indonesia partly implemented it. And I'm going to implement it in the new year, 2024, January and February.
How did the students react? Did you see any improvement?
They liked actually the comic approach, the visualization behind history, because textbooks are often boring for them, and we would like to make it more attractive, the whole issue, and vivid, make history more vivid.
And I suppose it's also about them developing their visual literacy to make sure that they're demonstrating their understanding of mood and tone and choice and symbol, etc.
Certainly, from a different dimension, the dimension of creativity, creating a comic out of it. We're talking about high secondary students, so they can support it, I think.
Thank you.
20 seconds. You want to comment on it?
What have you tried? I know you've used Pixton, but have you tried using maybe Bing Create or
yes, we quite had a lot of alternatives, but Pixton is used in both our countries. It is legal as an AI tool. So this is one basic reason why we chose it. Yes. So we had to find a common path for the AI tool to use.
Very well done. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Let's invite our next team called the Shapers of the Sharpest. Juan or Juan? Juan and Lisha from India and Spain.
So a warm namaste from India.
Hola from Spain.
Yes, we are team Shapers of the Sharpest, and our ITP is to create a story time channel wherein we are our plan is to bring stories to life. So as all of you know that India and Spain both are very diverse in culture, and we have lots of epics. Yes, like the Ramayana and Mahabharata from India, Don Quixote from Spain, and we tend to we want our children to know our cultures better through stories. So we plan to give them simple stories, which they'll try and develop a script out of and create stories using AI tools, and maybe make a video, maybe sketch, bring animation to life, maybe, and create a little video and publish it in a channel which we have already created. And the children are very excited about it. Maybe it's teamwork. So maybe the Indian students can pick up Spanish stories, or the vice versa. Or it could be that we Indians do that and we post it, and the children will love it.
So we are going to use the AI tools like a strategy to engage the students. I think that our ITPs, this is the most important benefit. Our students are going to dare a revolution, the AI revolution, and probably in the future, the main game for them is to know how to dare a revolution. We are going to improve tolerance. We are going to testing AI tools, but in general, the benefit of this conference is that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I just wonder, so the age group of students?
12 to 16.
12 to
yeah,
16.
12 to 16, yes. Grades 8 to 10 around.
She's an English teacher. They are interested in languages.
Yes.
Mine are studying technical studies. So it is a good complement for us. And we are not specialized in AI tools, but it is not the problem because we are going to discover how to use it with our students. And it probably, in my opinion, it could be the more important things to do with them.
What would be the main thing that you're trying to achieve with this project regarding AI especially?
See, from the dry and mundane, one word, one way of teaching, don't you think even as adults, we love storytelling? So storytelling is one thing which connects everyone, right? So the minute you see a story, it brings everything to life. So maybe reading a book won't give that much effect as a story does. So maybe you all know about Ramayana, Mahabharata, or any other book, but when you see it visually, it becomes really presentable. So maybe that, the children grasp it more better in a wonderful way. Yes?
Yes, I just see the common things that you do. It's the same as the team AI rookies number 15, and maybe if you have time you can collaborate. And
we can do that. Yes,
it's very interesting project that you can enhance understanding and diversity, and you can connect.
Theirs is the mystic storybook, and ours is just bringing life to stories using videos. Right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very well done. Thank you. So with this, we will have the next presentation, and it will be by Shimin Tan. She's also representing her team member Mariolina from Italy, and Shimin is from Malaysia, and their team is called Borderless Explorers. Whenever you are ready, you have 90 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Shimin from Malaysia, and I have a partner from Italy. Her name is Mariolina, and this is our ITP. And we aim to advocate, empower youths to advocate for wildlife conservation, which is in line with SDG number 15, Life on Earth, through ethical use of AIED. Okay, so this ITP is actually an extension to what I have done back in 2020 when I was teaching English in Malaysia during the pandemic. In line, it was an era where everything went online and students were learning online. And I came across a veterinarian who shared about her experience saving a tapir, Malayan tapir. So she was saying that the Malayan tapir is a small version of an elephant trunk. And unfortunately, this animal needs our help because its population is endangered due to human activity. In fact, she rescued this tapir in a village. This tapir ran into a village because its habitat is being destroyed. So, an alarming fact about this Malayan tapir is that there are only 2,500 adult Malayan tapirs left in the wild. So this is a very alarming statistic. And the rest can be found in zoos. Okay, so when I discussed this with Mariolina, we came out with 4 lessons, which spans about 1 month, and through these AID tools. So if you want to know more, you can ask me during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Very clever. To the jury.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my question will be, what the role is the AI tools in your projects?
Okay, so I will draw your attention to week 2 and week 3. Okay, so in week 2, students will read the reading comprehension text that you saw just now. Okay, and then they will answer questions, quizzes, 7 questions on the text, and we use Bluekit. Bluekit is an AI tool where teachers key in the quizzes. The questions will be automatically turned into a variety types of games that the teachers can use in the class. So for example, I like to use Go Quest and Crypto Hack using Bluekit with my students. And the week 4, this is the core of our product. In week 4, students can we ask students to role play to create a video of an interview with a vet about an endangered species of their choice. And then course-based edu will be used. Okay, this is an AI tool. It would enable them to build, code, and explore their own creations in VR and AR while learning essential digital skills. And because students don't necessarily have the language that a vet will use, so we ask them to use ChatGPT to get those technical terms so that they can come up with a script, and then they create videos in the core space edu. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Shini. Thank you. So with that, our next presenter is called Brief AI Ducati Source. Help me out, Baglan. What is your team called? So it will be represented by Baglan from Kazakhstan and his team member Maria from Portugal.
Yeah, brief educators. Yeah, brief educators.
Okay.
So I gave
Number
you.
one?
Oh, no, not one. The
one
AI.
of the-
No, I gave you, and you put in the folder. Yeah. Do you remember the folder?
Yes. I have the folder. No words.
Yeah.
This one?
No, not
No,
that
not
one.
that one. No,
This
not
one?
that one. Not
No,
that
that
one.
one.
This one?
No,
No, none of them.
Not this one.
no, no.
Can you check the Dropbox? Because I think I remember
No, not in Dropbox. You put in one of them. Yes.
Okay, can you just see the
Okay.
folder? No, like these folders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you go below? Wait.
AI starts it.
Yeah.
Let's
No, wait.
20.
No.
Okay, here.
Ah, here, 1 is 15, this one.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
I knew I had it. Yeah. Okay, all good.
Ready?
Yeah, ready. So good day, everyone. We are Maria and Baglan. I'm from Kazakhstan. She is from Portugal. And then we wanted to do the ITP that could be used universally throughout the world. And we wanted to use as a prerequisite, everyone should have the laptops, internet access, and then the cutting edge technology in their end. So by using these AI tools, explain everything, add puzzle, play posit, scribe, sense, speak, grid, and turn it in feedback, we wanted to reduce the teacher talking time at any class. And then besides this, we want to integrate active learning. And then we want to integrate active learning by using this problem-based learning, team-based learning, and I think pay share kind of, and then concept maps, and then also affinity diagrams, all of them, you name it. Why we use these active learning? Because we want our students to take all the notions from the AI platform and put it into the action, into their real life. And then by doing these concept maps, by doing these affinity diagrams, he will be doing, as per the Bloom's taxonomy, the high thinking skills actions. Yeah. So here's 4 phases, like phase 1, after the phase 5. Now we are in the phase 4, now doing in our classroom integrating. And here we have also the benefits and then obstacles that we are dealing day by day. Yes.
To the jury now. Yeah. Or would you like to take this opportunity to explain about a question?
So think about your session, everyday session, and then let it be 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 70 minutes, whatever, you name it. And then it is there from the very beginning and until the end of your session. Your teacher talking time will be reduced by using, for example, explain everything. You will just prompt to the explain everything. What is the quantum physics? What is the grammar? What is the subject plus verb agreement? And then it will help you to reduce your talking time, and then it will be more teachers and not teacher-centered, student-centered teaching. And then the teacher will be here, not the traditional teacher. He will be, or she will be, just the facilitator of the learning process.
One question.
So how it's similar to the flipped classroom concept?
I hope we didn't consider the flipped classroom because everyone is already tired of the online learning, and then we try to be more active and then take all the online resources and then put it into action.
Let's say
30 seconds more.
complex orchestration, actually.
Sure.
You can ask one more because they have 30 seconds.
Oh, so yeah. Yes.
So sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just thinking. So you assume that reduce teachers talk, student work, individual online with the interact with computer were better than teacher engage with teacher. Is that your assumption?
No, we assume that we say that we are using communicative approach in teaching, but we are not because most of the time the learning process is the teacher-centered ones. Now we want to more center or focus on the student, so help him and then scaffold the students' learning process by applying these AI tools effectively and then reducing my talking time instead of. So I want to give the chance or opportunity to my student to talk.
That's it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Baglan. Thank you,
Yeah.
Maria. So I am looking at the face of our jury members. I think they need a break. And we are also very much on time. I think you need a break as well. We all need a break. So now it's time for a short coffee break. And then, so the coffee break will be for 20.
Let's do it. That would be maybe a question.
Yes,
At
yes.
least, right?
Where are they?
Simon?
Maybe minimize.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can actually allow.
Yeah, but it's
Mitya, because she has to leave, could you, Maya, and Liwan discuss regarding the faculty?
Just stop.
Faculty and then you
check it.
Liwan, drop this one for now. Could you join Mitya and Maya to discuss the faculty collaboration? So I think all of us are here again, so we'll continue the marathon hitting. But before that, I think it's good to take a little bit of, break, breathe a little. So I think I want to ask to our teachers, because usually you were here and your students are the one, there and presenting. You were doing it. So how does it feel like to be in a student seat? Anyone? Terrible? Okay. Okay, anyone wants to share specifically, like, this experience, how is it going to help you kind of reevaluate supporting your students, or in any way understanding their position better?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes. Okay. Yeah, very true. But your students is still, they have to do their assignments, right? Yeah, exactly. So I think I would also like to go around and share our jury members to briefly comment so far the pitches that they have seen, and anything that they would like to comment on. Just a little bit of reflection session. Okay, we will start with Serene.
So thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Okay. Start. Okay. I have seen many interesting ideas from all of you, from all the aspects and experiences in local context to merge with the AI tools. So it's very inspiring, and I hope it's the good Kickstarter and point that we all come together, and it will sustain to the future, and we will make change to our world. Thank you.
Hi, so I'll begin my 30 seconds. I really think that the projects that have been presented so far are very interesting, and I really hope that they will be implemented in the way you've described. I believe that for me, when I went to high school and I finally got a teacher that actually started using these methods and is really trying to achieve that the students are actually critically thinking, that they're debating stuff, I think that my English really improved a lot, and also my overall understanding of things in general. So I really hope, I see potential in all of these projects, and I really hope they will be, they will be implemented. That's all.
So thank you very much for all the presentations. You are very enthusiastic. Yeah. So I mean, I like personally that very much. Usually when you are enthusiastic, then there are results as well. Failures also, we heard that already today. So I just really hope that, it's a learning curve. So certainly you will explore things which are credible, things which are completely crazy, but also the things which are completely crazy are important for the ones who are trying to get into that and not to make the same mistakes. So yeah, I really hope that you will succeed with all the projects you're working with, and that will have the impact that they deserved. Yeah, thank you.
You took longer than 30 seconds.
Does that mean you skip me? You're allowed. I just want to say thank you, because what I'm seeing is great passion, and I think that when you get a group of people who are passionate about making a difference because they want their students to get the best out of their learning experience, and we work together to do that, I think that we create the opportunity to change a massive institution that is so overdue experiencing change. So your passion and just being able to be part of that is fantastic. So thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you very much for everyone share those great ideas with me. For me, it's really, really good learning experience as well. Lots of new tools has been introduced to me, new idea, and it really helpful for my future research. Thank you very much.
So a big round of applause for our jury members, and for you as well for inspiring our jury members. So now, with a little bit of coffee and reflection, are we ready to move on? Yes. Okay. So I see that in my slide we have my team, so we'll go with them, but it was supposed to be nature's lover. So you are next, so please get ready. So let's invite my team. So my team is it's represented by Emily from Malaysia and Isabel from Portugal. Okay. 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 Can I start? Okay. So my team have a context collaborative and community approach and a PBL approach in the training of teachers and students in the learning about and learning with IE. Training teachers driven EDR or educational design research. So suppose in a school, we start with cycle 1, for instance, with content, for instance, for example, foreign language and an outcome, for example, writing with AA. And in the cycle 2, we have several other contents, for instance, history, maths, and so on, and several outcomes using IA, and so on. All teachers must all teachers must share in Zoom sessions with the school the benefits of the planned lessons they are designing and implementing, and they must reflect with their students the benefits of and the risks of the use EI and collect proposals for a code of conduct for the whole school.
Okay, once the teachers are ready with the AI knowledge, then okay, we can produce fun activity with students. So with our pilot group, which my students, so we're using our ITP first module. So our aim is to introduce the concept of AI, its benefit, and how it can be used in the classroom activity. So to kick off, okay, we started with a pre-survey. Found out that 53% of the students prefer using ChatGPT. Right, and the fun part is we're having 3 classroom activities. And they're experimenting with selected AI tools. All right, so
it's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes per question, so you can use the time as well.
Yes, do ask a lot of questions.
You are telling the jury not to ask a lot of questions.
I know. I said ask a lot of questions.
So how large is the pilot group?
17.
70.
Yes, it's Form 6 students in Malaysia.
And teachers?
We don't have implemented with teachers.
Yes.
We
So
have
this is
already made the plan for the cycle 1, but we don't implement it. I started in January.
Okay, thank you.
No questions?
More coffee.
I'll give you extra time.
Yes,
Thanks. I would like to know. Given. I think that the idea of doing the study and teaching teachers how to use the technology is really important. Are you going? You have got a post questionnaire. That's good because I missed that because it was a bit fast. So once you've got your post questionnaire responses, what are you going to do with them?
Because the students only know about ChatGPT, but how far or how deep do they know about ChatGPT? So that's the pre-survey form that we use on students, and then so that we able to plan the first module. What can we do with the students? So it was something like simple, easy, and be able to engage with the students. Yeah, we're going to have fun. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my team. 21 nature lovers. Nature 21. 21. Yes. So now we will listen to nature's lovers. Daiva from Lithuania, chosen to move from Mongolia, and they have another team member who is not here, Angelica from Lithuania. Whenever you are ready, you are next.
Okay, we are ready. Okay, our ITP is based on the 3 subjects: natural science and IT and English. The main aim of this lesson plan is let students explore and work on the project by exploring the endangered species, 2 animals in 2 different countries. And in the stage, it includes, your turn.
Yeah, it has 4 stages. First of all, the 2 disappearing animals. Bison is European bison and gobi bear. We give them general information, facts about environment where they could live, temperature, water, everything else. Then they make research how it was 150 years ago, how it is now, and how could it be in future. They could try to predict according to data. Then they will discuss in groups, create scripts, and make animation to present their research. And after that, they will make a reflection. What did they learn? What did they get new? And in the very final stage, we would like this project would become, because it is in 2 countries, would become a school collaboration project for the next year. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I actually do have a question for this one. With your data, so you gather the data, the students have gathered the data. Are you going to use generative AI to visualize that data?
Yes, it could be visualized by creating this animation movie. They will create characters using, for example, OpenArt AI or other things, Canva. It depends what is most suitable for them.
Yeah, I was actually thinking more about the actual data, visualizing the data, so
Like
your numbers, because you
info sheets.
Yeah,
yeah, they could do that as well. Yes.
Okay.
So the prediction will be made on what?
On what, for example, we have articles about that the temperature is increasing every year in some kind of degrees. Water is getting higher in some kind of millimeters or centimeters, or reducing in desert. In Lithuania, it's increasing. In Mongolia, it's decreasing. It's completely different environments. What we have in desert, what we have in green Lithuania. So these data are, of course, it could be just predictable, but they can count. They can try to count.
Again, looking at the AI in here, you're using it to create the images, etc., and to visualize the data.
And creating digital video.
Yeah, collect, right, exactly. So how are you going to measure the effect of this at the end of the project?
The main purpose of using AI here is to save the time, because what you can to draw these animals, it takes time. I would love to draw it, but in lessons we don't have so many times. So this is just to save the time, to make it a little bit faster, to show students the ability how it could be used in everyday life.
Question is, can they search those images online?
So sorry.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Daiva. Thank you, Children Timur. So with this, let's move on to our next presentation. And they are called Team Coriander. And Team Coriander is represented by Salmon from Malaysia and Isabel from Portugal. Yes. They are Team 22.
Okay, so is it next?
No, it's the new list, Laurie.
It's this one.
Yes. This one, right? Yeah. Okay, good luck, and whenever it is ready, you have 90 Yes.
Ready?
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. We had a dream at the beginning, how to make peace between East and West after the invasion of territories and imposition of Western values centuries ago. Then we had the problem, how to integrate English and culinary arts with AI tools and also 21st century skills. We came up with a title, Fusion Menu, Malaysian Portuguese Fusion Menu. And for the purpose, we created a website with different tasks and the Padlet for students and teachers communication, where they had to go through Perplexity as the search engine tool, and then several tools connected to Canva. So the students had to create a healthy fusion menu, and we had 8 lessons. 4 of them was synchronous, and please note that it's 8 hours plus in Malaysia. So we were with the students and the teacher nighttime for them. Thank you so much again. It's your turn.
Okay, we set 4 goals that the student must achieve. First, to get critical knowledge about AI tools. Second, to get to know each other culture and culinary main features. 3, develop students' soft skills. And the last one, to acquire language skills for specific purposes. The final products, to sum up, students use AI tools to generate a fusion menu for a team restaurant and created illustrated written description using descriptive language. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got to say, I really like the idea of the cross-cultural and the cross-curricular relationships that were taking place there, and the fact that you were able to use the technology to unify 2 classes across such disparate time zones. The AI tools were used to create the recipe book, yes?
Yes.
And how did you evaluate or measure the project? What was the outcome, apart from the book, what were the outcomes that really struck you in terms of your students and their use of AI?
Well, the food was delicious, right?
Good.
So when you say the food is delicious, so will the students cook according to the created menu?
Some students definitely.
Yes.
Ours, they will try. I have tried myself, but not very successfully.
So
any other questions?
If I may add, we actually created the forms for evaluation because at the beginning we thought that we were going to have the poster with the outcomes, the benefits, etc. And 90% of the students, they mentioned that they knew the other culture better, their English had improved, and it was very interesting in terms of cultural approach because yes, so I had to tell my girls not to wear tops, and it was like 35 centigrade in Lisbon, and they had to learn about it. It was really interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we move from coriander to energy warriors. Yes, Lauri, now it's your turn. So this team is represented by Lauri from Finland, and he's also representing his team member Andrew, who is from Malaysia.
Okay. Oh, it maybe works.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. So this is an learning unit on energy production, combining physics and English. The goals are SDGs, STEM, and English curriculum. The framework for this project is CLIL, which means Content Integrated Language Learning. Phase 1, I would say we visibly assigned the pupils into random groups. We set up the topic. we check the knowledge that the students already had on the topic. Phase 2, the groups are assigned to role play as consultants for an energy company, arguing why their method of producing energy is the best for this chosen region. For this, in this example, it's in Finnish. Phase 3, they get feedback from their peers using ChatGPT and some without ChatGPT. What we noticed that some of the arguments that ChatGPT formed for these energy production methods, they were faulted if you look at the region we are trying to argue on here. And then we are in this loop, improving, researching. And phase 4 is the presentation phase, where one group is formed to act as the policymakers to choose on which energy production method we should pursue to distribute most of the money. And finally, we summarize everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wonder for the second stage research result ways, so it's a student decided or you separate them with some student use ChatGPT?
No, I would want them to first of all come up with what they already know about a specific energy production method. And after that, use ChatGPT so that I can actually compare what they have learned during this period.
Okay, that's great. That's good.
Did you find that, did you actually ask the students to evaluate the outcomes from the ChatGPT and their own and look at?
Well, what they noticed first was that ChatGPT produced quite a lot of stuff. Of course, it produced quite a lot of stuff, and they have to critically argue what of the stuff it actually produces, is it based on data? Is there an actual statistic where it's like, where it points to? Because usually when you ask for sources, it doesn't necessarily give you actual sources.
Did they in the end figure out that their presentations were better when they were supported by ChatGPT, or?
I think they realized this, that when you try to improve something, you need to go through this cycle of researching, improving, getting more feedback and researching, because I think the main problem in education is that sometimes we don't have time to improve on the feedback. So I think that was the most important lesson here. Yeah. Thank you.
So now we move on to the next team. Our next team is called Global AI Educators. That's 25. And the team is represented by Daniel from Spain, and he's also representing his team member, Sinye Mo, who is from Malaysia.
Another issue where
25.
Okay, I'm good, but I don't know why. I think we start machine. So it should have been way quicker. No.
Hello, everyone. My team is made by me, Monsi from Malaysia. And the idea is to teach how AI works. And we discovered the machine learning. And we try to learn to teach to our students how it works. And then we have several simple apps to use machine learning for kids. For example, and it's very simple. You only need to show some pictures. For example, to find the differences between cats and dogs, you only show a picture, cat, it is a dog, and train the machine. And later, the students make a short program with Scratch with another ideas. We are using it in maths to make the differences between geometric figures. you can use also to different organic ways to detect history, phishing, fake news. But the idea is that everything make categories. The idea is if we make categories cats and dogs, the artificial intelligence is making categories with us. What category is for you? You will categorize by whom. And finally, we are debate about the ethical aspect of this categorization. Thank you.
Teaching, things like Google Draw and that sort of idea of looking at art and symbol is a particularly good way because it's an international way of understanding and communicating. So do you think that your students could better appreciate that symbology through teaching the machine how to recognize different things? Could they actually start to understand maybe the lexicon of image of icon as a result?
Well, yes, I think they need some guide from the teacher to explain, because the activity is very simple. They can make by their own, making some example, and you can find ready-to-use activities. But now our task is to give aware them how the consequences it has with humans and with several.
There's a very famous, I think he's a Spanish artist, big with balls. What's his name? Can you anyway, who? No, anyway, there's a wonderful artist who, Picasso, thank you.
Picasso.
Something to do with balls. Picasso did an experiment to see how many lines you could take away before you lost the understanding of a ball, the shape of a ball. So he found that by reducing. What was one thing you think your students took away from your experience? What did they learn? What's one thing that was really, really important as a takeaway?
From this?
Yes.
I think when they go to the technology, they must think that behind the technology is companies, human people, and maybe. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Daniel.
This is different from Roundtables of Earth. That's partner.
It's on Dropbox.
Yeah, it was. Last night it was in there. But you said it should be put in. Anyway, if it's not, I'm going to fix it.
Okay. Was it?
Hey, that's fine.
So please bear with us.
Have you looked at have to restart. But then the machine's not. Let me just, I have to restart the machine.
Yeah. Okay, so Team Aspire is represented by Miss Luisa, Philip, and Jade from the Philippines. So thank you for representing both of you. Whenever you are ready.
I am ready. So hi, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am to tell you about our intention to bridge the gap between two continents and generations in order to fight for sustainability. And because we were exposed before to the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals, I'm not going to enter into them, but the purpose of our project was to bridge the gap and to find ways of connecting people from two different cultures. And an English teacher like myself, teaching in a bilingual school, I teach English for Cambridge exams, and a teacher teaching economics and computer science in a vocational school from Philippines. She's in Mindanao. Unfortunately, she couldn't come. And we met several times, but there were occasions when there was connection problems, especially with her. In summer, she experienced even some strong winds and power cuts. And plus we had time gap of 6 hours. Well, I'm going to be very brief and tell you what we had in mind. So we entitled our project Bountiful Earth, Resilient Food Systems, Way to Ensure Security Using New Technology and AI. And the name of our team is Aspire, because we aspire to bridge these gaps between the two cultures and create bridges. I'm going briefly to refer to the 50 summary words referring to the project. We wanted to motivate students from two different cultural backgrounds to develop independent and collaborative learning skills using AI, and at the same time take responsibility for protecting natural resources, providing a clean and healthy lifestyle, and showcase critical thinking, tolerance, acceptance of differences, cultural diversity, and multicultural values in the world. What was our attempt? We used clear method. It was mentioned before by other speakers, content and language interpreting learning. Yeah. And at the same time, we wanted them to develop writing skills using AI tools. And the product is not yet finished because the project has several stages, is to produce a blog and an e-portfolio with writing produced by the students. We have consulted them, and we have come to certain topics referring to agri-food in Chile, and the specific Thank you.
So where the AI comes in? Where is yeah. So,
finally, putting together the blog essays and the writing materials, stories and articles in a portfolio. But at the same time, learning language, English language, and some content from the specific economic knowledge, technology knowledge of educational coding. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. So our next business is called Roundtables. This is in Romania and Portugal by Daniela and Alfonso.
Each day, students are losing their interest in reading literature, and this is very difficult for us, the teachers, to make them understand that it is important to read. Thus, our ITP, AI in Literature, Interacting with a Novel, is a way of bringing the students closer to the novels using AI tools, thus upgrading the traditional methods of teaching literature. At the end of the sessions proposed, students will be able to learn about literature, period, author, and novels to improve the language skills in EFL, and not only using an immersive content integrated learning methodology based on project orientation, personalization, and differentiation. In the end, they produce a description of a character and a location, produce a fictional dialogue between two characters, and do some critical thinking on benefits and dangers in using AI in class.
I think that's enough. If you want to explain more about the task, then okay, do you want us to say something more?
Okay,
yeah.
30 seconds for Q&A.
So okay, so there are several types. It's project oriented. So the first one is building a domain specific chatbot. Of course, there's differentiation all the time. So we're going to differentiate according to technological knowledge and language level. So to start with the domain specific chatbot, the students that follow the technological curriculum are going to write a script in Python. Now the OpenAI library, you can do everything. It's very easy. And the ones in the humanities are going to teach a domain-specific chatbot to answer all the questions about the period, about the alpha, and about the novel.
I already applied on my class, on one of my classes, 11th graders, and they did a video with voices and images of the characters. In the novel Tess of the D'Urbervilles by Thomas Hardy, you have here, there is a video.
Yeah, this is the spectator.
And they produced at the end of our sessions. So we did it. And I left home a group of students of the 10th grade, which proposed the letters from the novel Pride and Prejudice to be reproduced using the voices of Alec and Elizabeth from the novel. So they promised to do that. I wanted to bring them, but they weren't ready.
Yeah, this one is, of course, it's available. I think we shared it yesterday for anyone to see, and also the ones that were in our group could see the result, the script. There is a critical thinking session when the students compare their results with that of a last generation large language model that can be GPT, and reflect, of course, critically about the output.
Yes, thank you very much. It's yes, literature always is boring for the current generation. It's hard to understand, but when you use AI in learning, it helps. But I want to know how the output of the student, the result, it will help to interpret the stories in a meaningful way. How it will help?
Yeah, so there are, of course, many different ways. The first one is the chatbot, as they have to teach the chatbot, so they have to look for the relevant information. Otherwise, it's going to say things that are not correct. So they have to read the novel, of course. Otherwise, they don't know. We always use different types of evaluation. So that's in the first step.
They have to fit the chat with the literature, with the background of that period, the novel,
yeah,
and the author, of course.
This chatbot is. The chatbot is stupid. It only knows how to talk. It doesn't know. You ask him about anything about it. It's not like ChatGPT. Even if it can be based in ChatGPT, it uses the same technology, of course. But
Thank
it knows
you,
nothing.
Afonso.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Romga. Our next presenter is called Hope, Horizons of the Pedagogical Enterprise. Very big name. And the team is represented by Rina from the Philippines, and she's also representing her team member, Maria, from Spain. Ready?
Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to start with a question. When was the last time we did something for the first time? And perhaps this is our first time to integrate AI formally in our school, since it is not widely accepted yet in the Philippines, and it is not the top priority of the Philippine basic education. So this will be our first attempt, and we want it as simple to make it feasible and possible to happen. So based on our feedback from students in both our schools in the Philippines and Spain, history appears uninteresting, leading to a notable lack of comprehension. And here's our ITP came in. Conversational AI Cafe is a transformative 5-week after-school program tailored for high school students navigating challenges in history and literary comprehension. Our ITP practices leverages AI tools, particularly to text-to-image, to generate or bring the characters into life or the history into life. And this engaging approach aims to bridge comprehension gaps, providing students with a unique and experiential immersive learning experience that goes beyond traditional method. So thank you so much.
She has 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
When you use text to image, have you found any difficulties in the plan, the subscription price and cost?
Since this is our first attempt and we want it to be feasible as possible, the teacher will just subscribe, not the students. And as I mentioned, this is an after-school class. So it's a voluntary class because we cannot actually interrupt the regular classes. That's why we're going to put it after the class time. So the teacher will be subscribing, but it's not actually a high cost price. For the plan in the future for the sustainability of the project, then that we plan to partner with other institutions that could help us aid our projects. So since this is the first time, so we want it as smooth as possible with a small group to make it feasible, because I do not actually believe that if your project is too ambiguous, it's not attainable. So this is a trial, so we wanted to make it as smooth as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
40 seconds.
Did the students, because you've mentioned that it was voluntarily, so how many students attended?
Actually, we plan to have only 30 students because that's the ideal.
Okay.
And in the Philippines, just to give you a context, we have a very large number of students, 80 per classroom. That's why I salute all the teachers in the Philippines, because they really did something well for the students.
I didn't figure, I cannot understand. So what's the value of creating a picture out of the text? This is what I'm asking. So the question would be, I mean, you create one or you create a series, or what's the added value?
Yes, as I mentioned a while ago, we have the gaps in history and comprehension. So we have here, as suggested yesterday in our pitch, we only focus in one era. Like for example, here, a lesson guide is a pre-colonial literature. And then for week 1, 2, 3, as I mentioned, 5 weeks. So for week 1, we are going to introduce first the pre-colonial literature. And then for week 2, understanding historical context. And that's the week 3, AI will come in. And then we're going to have hands-on application. And then for 5 is the reflection. So gradually introducing the AI, because it will be very hard to overburden our students. If teachers are hard to do it, then how much more the students? So gradually introducing AI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next team is called New Millennium, represented by Sujette from Portugal, and she's representing her team member Titi from Vietnam as well.
Okay. I think I'm going to go down more of a reflective narrative path, taking it from stepping stones to building blocks. So in this transformative ITP, we've moved from fragmented components to the empowerment of collective voices. It's a progression from I think I can to the resounding affirmation of I know I can. I see these students as my mirror, reflecting a collective path forward. Our approach intertwines inquiry and gamified motivation, offering students a spectrum of tools and fostering the inclusion of shared knowledge. This ITP tirelessly strives for the highest academic potential, emphasizing individual and collective progression. Our aim is to cultivate global citizens, instilling respect for and the awareness of environmental through open dialogue and ethical conduct. The ability for students to organize and to persevere in their own learning is essential for empowering their drive and autonomy for lifelong learning. By taking responsibility for their learning, students contribute to the learning of others. This differentiated and translanguaging classroom harnesses bilingual students' socio-emotional strengths, merging cultures and voices into a harmonious blend. The acceptance of shared knowledge has empowered my English classroom, enabling them to think critically, act knowledgeably, and produce creatively. A marriage of creatical skills in a transformative setting. By taking simple parts, assembling them, and making them actionable and sharing them with others, we've created an holistic, interdisciplinary learning environment, a testament to the power of connectedness, fostering lifelong learning, responsibility, and the development of a democratic, active, and respectful and responsible global city. And this is our epic win.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujat. To the jury.
Yeah, all sounds very great. But my question is, so how do you think you're going to implement the project?
Okay, I didn't make mention of the project in itself just because of the time.
Yeah.
But essentially, we've gone into inquiry. There was a hook situation, let's say, where we used ChatGPT with emojis. They could go in and create their own digital story or a digital poem using the emojis. From there on, there was a flipped classroom strategy. Then they went into essential questions for inquiry, and essentially they had to create their own website through their inquiry, and then thereon they could make any decision that they wanted to. So I gave them a set of some possible tools. From there, they could choose whichever they would like to use, add on anything else, and end result was projects such as awareness in terms of firefighters, animal endangerment. Sorry, I can't remember the other ones, but there were a set of different projects that were introduced in the classroom, to which they made their own videos, they created their own digital stories.
Thank you. Thank you, Team New Millennium. So we are almost there. We have only 4 more presentations to go. So only 4 more. Our next team is called ChatGPT Essay Crafters, represented by Victoria from Singapore, all the way from Singapore, and Alexandra from Slovenia.
Wow, okay, so that's a very good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, so all right, so Ms. Eva, just to address what you have shared during the roundtable, your classmates have been using ChatGPT to write essay. So as teachers, we thought, why stop them? All right, we're gonna let them use ChatGPT to write the essay. But ultimately, the aim, okay, our objectives is that they need to improve their English writing skills and geography essay writing skills, and ultimately develop the critical thinking skills that is necessary, and show it in an essay. So, yeah, so very quickly for my geography lesson, it was done over 4 lessons, 1 hour each. They learn basic essay writing skills, use ChatGPT to generate rounds and rounds, and then after that they write, and then for the English class, I also show them the rubrics so that they know how they will be assessed. And then after that they do a peer critique, and then there are many rounds, and I think it teaches them also how to use optimal prompts in the ChatGPT, because they don't just use it once. And then my partner also did it for her English lessons in Slovenia.
So the ITP serves as a model for creating teaching resources such as lesson plans, which gradually incorporate AI tools into the curriculum. And our preliminary trials made us realize it is crucial to have critical acceptance in the use of ChatGPT, which should be based on learning objectives.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. May I ask, do you have any sessions for the students to exchange their experience using ChatGPT, like difficulties, challenges, or the benefits they get?
I think that's a very good extension of the learning. For us, the learning objective is really on essay writing because our summative assessment is on essay writing. But I think we can extend an extra lesson so that would enhance AI literacy. And I think that goes into, more discussions for the students to understand, the AI tools, the ethics and the values behind it. Yeah, but definitely there's room for that. Thank you.
I really found it very interesting, especially the last part where the academically stronger students excelled, because I would think everyone would do the same and then the grades would be kind of similar. So I just wanted to ask, and could you actually see the difference in the essays? Could you really sense that the student really just wrote down what ChatGPT said, and that's all?
If I may, I'll just show the top level of the assessment for the rubrics. And what they needed to show was evaluation and not just the content knowledge. And I felt that with ChatGPT and the many rounds of peer critique and teacher feedback, and also how they, kind of debate with the ChatGPT for through that many rounds of prompts, when they created that final product, I saw that there was better evaluation compared to without using ChatGPT. Yeah. Can zoom out, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. That was exactly on time. Thanks. And now we have team Gai Thai, or you said Jai Thai? Gai Thai. So I got it wrong at first try. Represented by Maria from Spain and Mo from Thailand.
Just a second. This is not my computer. Okay. Is there a refresh?
Do you want? Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying, but okay. Close this. Yeah, no, I see it, but when I double click, it's not opening. Yeah. Yeah, please. We're saving minutes. It's this one. Close the other headphones with right click.
Where is PowerPoint? Isn't it?
Yes.
No, it's not. Oh, this is
PDF.
Oh, it's a PDF.
It's a PDF.
Okay.
Ask ChatGPT. It does close.
Oh, this is a really slow computer. I'm sorry. Do you want me to restart maybe? I don't think it's. I
Se
think it's
approvaram, se
Adobe.
approvaram.
Adobe.
Sim, sim, pero o que se ve aí não é o que está aqui.
Yeah.
I think he had it here. Number 31. 31. Is it there?
No.
No. Oh,
Is the computer.
Oh, no, guys, I understand.
Oh, you
So
got it.
where is the, it's,
Got it,
31.
got it, got it,
31.
got it. Okay, there we go.
Just
Here.
when you think, just 1 second, so.
Sorry, I think if you duplicate, it's much easier. Okay, right, all right. Then, yep, this is it.
Thank you.
No, she duplicated.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. We got all the help we needed. So thank you guys.
Okay, no, no.
So whenever
answers?
you are ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
ready
Okay,
now.
go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let's dive into AI. So this ITP we focus on use the image processing and machine learning and the programming to introduce the student basic concept and management of AI tools, apply it into reduce waste in school, which is a part of project in school. So we engage students in STEM projects through the authentic PBL experiences in solving real problem through real context in school.
So this is not our project. This is our students' project. We invite them to dive into AI under our guidance, learning together, doing mistakes, getting unexpected results, going deep into self-learning, critical thinking, and collaborating with other students far away. So this ITP offers the students the opportunity to take action against climate change. They will do a teachable machine APP to sort waste and give counsel to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste. And this will encourage them to spread messages with avatar videos made by AI for the whole education community, families included. And this is the new era coming. AI is here, climate change is here. Let's put together to solve the problem.
Thank you. To the jury now.
So, which platform the videos publish? You said that the student will have to create the videos to promote the
Sorry, my nerves. We have planned to do it on January, so I was doing my first step there.
We open the student to use the tool that they're familiar with, just like from Thailand, Thai student, they can make a CapCut or Canva to make a video. Yeah, and they use
Flex
our
Clip. We also use Synthesia. We plan to use as much AI tools as possible according to their previous knowledge and their interest. So they are not committed to use all the same AIs, but choose what they want to dive into.
And when they have to present their products publicly, which platform do you advise students to use, or which platform students use?
Well, they will do with avatar videos, but our idea is to link it in our webpage on both schools.
Yeah. For my community in the local area, so they will have opportunity to spread it, the public awareness to the provinces area. So they have a web page that they're very effective to the community.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So because the resources they make the video, it can create impact to another schools as well. So I wonder which platform so that you can share to other schools as well.
Thank you.
Okay. But for example, in Spain, our website is also connected with the other websites of the other schools, so they can see each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so only 2 more teams to go. Just 2.
30 is on.
So now on the stage we have team Sub AI Force. Daniel, did I get it right? Sub AI Survivors. Okay. Survivors is represented by Daniel from Spain and Fernando from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, you have 90 seconds.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, so good evening, humans. Before I'm going to start my presentation, I am bounded with one question. Who are you? A very simple question, yet it's so complex for us to give answers. And that is our main inspiration for our collaboration right now. How are we going to answer the question, who are you, into 2 dimensions? As a human being, biological being, that is the specialization of my partner, and as a social being. So that is what we wanted to explore. And in this project, our students will be exploring a journey towards their self-identity from the first stage of answering the question, who am I? The next stage of knowing who are you? And the last stage is that, who are we? Because as an individual, most especially this is intended for our grade 12 students, we wanted them to build up their sense of identity before preparing them for university life. Before the existence of 21st century, we have the 4 pillars of learning. Learning to know, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to do, which is very essential towards the development of their identity. This project does not impose a specific AI because we wanted to make sure that our AI are human evaluated. Therefore, students and teachers will be working together to identify the AI that is appropriate for this project collaboration, because we are after building identity. We are not after promoting AI. And with that, I have with me my partner, Daniel, together with my assistant secretary, Read AI, together with my public speaking coach AI, we're helping together because AI should be teacher directed and then student driven. And with that, our main goal is to create a narrative of our students regarding their own identity. And most importantly, we wanted to make sure that every student will have the sense of confidence in answering and saying that they are not a robot. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Now to the jury.
Every human needs to ask questions.
I think our jury is thinking who they are now.
We're ready to help you.
So through the discourse, what text you will use to analyze the identity? What the thing
Okay.
you look through?
Text in history or in biology?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good thing that you asked, because this will be a co-curricular collaboration wherein it is integrated in the subjects of biology and social sciences. Therefore, we're not going to focus on a specific text. And at the same time, considering our limitations, we will be having it both synchronous and asynchronous, right, Daniel?
Yeah. And it's actually from the point of view of science, we have we don't need to teach the technology. I mean, like, they are smart, like they already know, they know how to use this technology, and we just fit the whole project in our curriculums. So it's just using AI as tools, as not just the objective, but just the tool.
It's also maximizing the time because it's embedded in the curriculum rather than focusing on it as a specific project, which is only lasting for a week. I mean, we need to make sure that learning is a continuous process and it's integrated from the start till the end.
Through the whole course.
That's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel and Fernando. So now, the last one.
That would be
yes. So our last team is called Chinese Checkmate. Yes. So it's represented by Yu Qing Long from China and Martin from Czech Republic.
Put it in just do that and we'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Eugene. Where are you from?
I'm Eugene from China. What about you?
Martin from Czech Republic. I hear you are an NI Maverick. Maybe we could make a learning project together.
Yeah, sure. But you teach English, I teach math. I want to make our project transferable to all age levels and subjects.
Oh, good. Good idea. I would also our project to be creative, fun, and immersive.
Yes, yes. Many students think AI is just ChatGPT doing their homework, but let's design a project so that they use a wide variety of tools so that we can demystify that throughout and give them the chance to express themselves. How did it go, Martin?
Pretty well. You know, our students designed a talking avatar, AI powered in a style of movie genre assigned, and I'm pretty happy about it because they learned along the way English and also many AI digital skills. What about your students?
Yeah, they did some created some amazing artwork combining school values and math classroom learning objectives. Root your learning in integrity. Every number has a place. Every voice has a space. How thoughtful and artistic is that? And look, I learned from them. This is for ASEF. Thank you for connecting sparkling ideas.
I didn't even have to show you the time. It was exactly on time. So now to the jury.
Yeah, wonderful. I just wondering, how would you think this kind of project you would like to continue or expand to work with other colleagues? Yeah.
Yes. Many of our colleagues from other subjects definitely want great posters like that in their classroom so that they can be reminded that not just the knowledge in the classroom, but also the values, respect, integrity, collaboration in their room, but reminded with the subject contents. So yes, they are very happy about going down this road.
And also, we have some technical difficulties to connect directly China, Czech Republic, legal objectives, but we are still planning. The project will continue, and we will share the results and comment and do a peer review, etc.
So you're saying many many AI tools. So I just wonder, since you're a med guy, so are you using something which would be AI for data analytics as well? I mean, it would essentially fit into what you're doing. This is what I'm saying.
Yes. Thankfully, I majored in statistics, so I can do that without AI. But yes, I do that with AI much faster now.
Not necessary. Not
no, but we actually do.
Thank you.
I just really want to say I think it's fantastic that the values were so important and embedded in there, because obviously that then ties into teaching young people about how to use AI with ethics and in an ethical way. How did your students enjoy the project? I mean, it's one thing to have lovely pictures, but what did you think they took away?
FUN, fun. Right, and also they actually for Martin is really when their students are crafting their prompts, it's actually a good chance for them to practice their English learning. Right, refine your prompt with your newly learned vocabulary, better outcomes.
Thank you. I think now everyone deserves a big round of applause. So how do you feel now, all of you? Time for some deep breaths? Happy? That's great. So we are done. Now it's to the jury and judges. So they are not done, but they're working on it. So now we are on a technical break. However, we do have a quick presentation for you. It will be by Anya Polanar. Did I get it right? Okay. So she is from the Center for Knowledge Transfer in Information Technologies at the Jožef Stefan Institute.
Yeah. I would like to. Does it show? What shall we do? Yeah. Okay. Ja, ne vem, nekako ne gre. Čakaj, se si nekaj prav.
It
Can I have volunteer? Yeah, we just need one people to here.
Yeah. Okay.
Teamwork. Crowdsourcing. Thank you so much. Yeah, where's John? We're waiting.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Should I open?
Give me signal because I have to. I have to.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I can tell you which song.
Shows it speaking. That's weird. You have something playing on the computer right now?
No, just
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can try. No, you don't.
We have the jury members. We started Does John explain the price now or after? When is a good time to explain what the price is? Before. So now. Yeah. Are we okay to start? You're okay to start? Are we doing certificates? Coming in 2 minutes.
We can sign them as we give them out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we come over here. Struggling. Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for the award ceremony? So before we begin with the award ceremony, let's hear about what the award is, shall we? Okay, so to explain the award to the stage, I invite Professor John Shaw Taylor, UNESCO Chair for AI, and also Director at IRCAI in Slovenia. John, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So yes, the award is obviously an honor, and we are, really amazed at all of the brilliant ideas and designs and systems that you've been proposing. However, we at IRCAI would like to offer those who receive an award something a little bit of extra, and that is, if it's a faculty award, we'd like to offer so-called research fellow status at IRCAI for 2 years. So that we can unscrupulously exploit you and co-opt you into our AI and Education Committee, and we'll be hopefully, allowing you to contribute. Of course, we understand that there are time commitments and you may not be able to contribute every time, but we would hope to involve you in our meetings and discussions, and also in giving feedback on different ideas and documents and so on. So that would be for the faculty prizes. For the teacher prizes, we would like to co-opt you as a practitioner fellow. And that is really to get sort of on-the-ground advice, again, on documents and suggestions, ideas, systems, and potentially to start to initiate some research projects in collaboration with people, actually delivering teaching and seeing how that might affect people. That's down the line. This is very much in collaboration with Wayne, Dr. Wayne Holmes, who is in charge of the AI and education. So, of course, I understand that people may not want to commit to that, and this is just an offer, but we would be delighted if those who receive the awards would be agree to take them up. Of course, you don't need to commit now. We'll be, in touch with you when you are back home with the documentation that would be needed. And obviously you may need to get your home institution's permission to take up that role, but we would then, put you, and you could put this on your CV and LinkedIn page or wherever you want to do it. But that would be, an honor for us to have you involved, and we'd be delighted, as I say, to exploit you to the full. And anyway, that's, thank you. Yeah.
So now that you know about the award, if you have any questions, if you would like to clarify something, now is the time to ask as well, because John is here.
Happy to take any questions, people might have, or about IRCAI generally, but what we're trying to achieve, or about the award, the fellow status, and so on. You're too kind. You're too kind. Here's a question.
Institutional collaboration, and I'm just wondering, for the for example. So if you got award, it's just the person or the project.
It was the person that I had in mind,
Okay,
or
thank you very
the people. If it's two, if it's a pair project, it would be both.
Okay, but for institutional project, the same, the project has a project leader, but also people in the project as well.
We were going to co-opt just the two representatives of the project from the two institutions, but I understand that they, might want to be representing their institutions, but we would have them as individuals on the committee.
I think if I understood Li Wen's questions correctly, it's very straightforward for school collaboration because there is a pair. So both of them are directly owning the award. But for faculty collaboration, there is a project owner leading the project. However, there are like 5-6 participants who are also working simultaneously and contributing to the project.
So the way I would like then to view it would be similar to what a UNESCO chair. So a UNESCO chair, there's an individual who's the chair holder, but there's actually a team of people working. And to some extent, they're interchangeable. So obviously, if anyone from that team were interested in attending a meeting, that would be, they could decide who would attend a meeting to represent that particular project. That's fine. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay.
There's one at the back.
Okay.
I don't have any question, rather I have a suggestion, because I'm really amazed to see some brilliant projects that our teacher developed from different countries. And can you make it more sustainable by compiling all the projects in e-books perhaps, so that teachers from different corners of the world, they can use it in their classroom, because many teachers across the world would like to integrate and try to find some best practices. So as here we, the teachers, have been developing this project for a long time, so it might be very effective. So other teachers who haven't got the chance to participate, they also will be benefited. Maybe it's not possible for you to make it printed. You can prepare a e-book compiling all the projects, and we can share also with the teachers. In this way, we can make a sustainable, outcome of this long work.
I will take this one. Is that okay, Rekha?
Yeah.
So at ASEF's education department, so we have 3 pillars: higher education, youth, and the teaching and learning program. So this project is part of the teaching and learning program. And of course, in our projects, we really value the peer-to-peer capacity building. So if I reflect on past few years, that's exactly what we do. So we have already 2 handbooks, and one more handbook is coming. Sorry, one more survey report is coming on climate change education, and another one on AI education, the one that some of the insights were presented by Wayne. So yes, for these innovative teaching practices, actually we did discuss that depending on the implementation, because of course, to make it a handbook, we do need the sustainable contribution from our teachers as well. And we have been building capacity since June, and then you have been working in teams since August. So this on-site conference is not the end. We have a virtual closing in December. And between now and December, we will also see how you develop your innovative teaching practice, what are some of the results from your school. And then, of course, we will create something with these innovative teaching practices. But it has to, the quality of the work, as well as, the success of the publication or handbook, whatever we do, it very much depends on you as well and your contribution. Yeah. Anything else you would like to add, Rekha? Okay. Yes, I think everyone is waiting for that. So at first, I would like to thank our jury members because they have really worked hard. There were so many presentations. So let's thank our jury, Li Wen,
Juliet. I'm trying to find our jury members. Serene. I was actually saving Ava for the last because she's special in this whole group. She's the only student representing. So thanks, Ava, for joining us as well. Mitya. And who else are we missing? Yeah, okay. Some of them, they had to leave. Okay, so thank you so much. We know that it was hard work, but you did it really diligently and very carefully. So thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Now, the special moment. So we will start with the ASEFClassNet16 faculty collaboration, and we had 8 presentations. Number 8 was the surprise, yeah. And to give the award to our faculty collaboration participants, I invite Professor John Shaw Taylor to the stage.
So the winner is the project that involves, because that's a project that involves all of the participants, then our committee, our fellowship program has expanded by a significant number because we will be clearly offering fellow status, research fellow status to all of those projects.
Now, I invite all the faculty collaboration members to join us on the stage to take a group photo. Yes, because you all have received the award.
In the middle.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, John. Thank you to the faculty collaboration participants. Now, to our school collaboration participants. First, we would like to acknowledge all the hard work that you have put into for the last few months. We know that you all really deeply cared about your project. So today, while we acknowledge the best projects, however, you have the chance to make your project the best ones in the next few months as well. So with that, we invite to the stage Ms. Rekha Tosha, Director of the ASEF's Education Department. So we have 2 categories. The first one is a special award. Why? Because it was really difficult to pick top 3. It was, yeah, there were so many good projects. So yeah, so we will be giving out 3 special project award. And the first special project award goes to Team Romgao.
No, 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 no. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the next special project award goes to Global AI Educators. And the last special project award goes to Kiwi Alpine Innovators. So the reason we have given a special award to these projects is because the way they engaged the students in their design, as well as the way they tackled the artificial intelligence and education topic. So congratulations again. Now we move on to the best 3 projects. So we will go with the third one first, and the second one, and the first one. So for that, I invite to the stage Miss Maya. I know. So Miss Maya, she's our governor. So thank you for being with us. And now let's invite the team who won the third best award. Team Survivors.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
And now our second best award goes to ChatGPT Essay Crafters. Okay, so now time for the best award. The number 1 best award goes to Chinese Checkmate.
Where did you get it?
Yes, of course. You go ahead.
I feel very, very humbled and honored to be here because I started teaching only 3 years ago. And one of my older teacher told me that teaching is 50% acting. So all we did today here was just to reenact our story, our ASEF story, how we met with Eugene online, how we decided to make this project, and how did it end up.
And like Davor said yesterday evening, just sell them the story. That's all we did. And it's all possible just because of you, because ASEF is not a building, ASEF is not an AI machine, ASEF you people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And congratulations to those of you who received an award, but most importantly, congratulations to all of you, because you have worked really hard. Well, and now the moment for closing. So for that, we invite to the stage again Ms. Rekha Tosha, Director of the Education Department, Asia Europe Foundation, and Professor John Shaw Taylor, UNESCO Chair for AI and Director of IRCAI. And finally, we need 2 volunteers, one from Asia, one from Europe. So who would like to go from Asia? Fernando spoke a lot today, so. Yes. Okay, then we need another volunteer from Europe. Who would like to speak from Europe?
Maybe a man for gender.
Europe? Europe? Yes.
It's okay.
Yes. Come on up.
We need a man for gender.
It's good we're sometimes in the minority.
Oh yeah, I just.
That's okay.
Yeah. Come.
Okay, thank you so much, Jyoti, for inviting us for some closing remarks. So I think John should start as our host, then our participants, and then I will close the row.
Okay. Well, thank you all for being such an amazing set of people to contribute so actively to the discussions. Is this working? Maybe that's better. And really, for us, this is just the beginning. I think, as I say, what we're hoping to do is to continue this collaboration with you and particularly with those that we will be engaging with directly, but also more broadly, because I think it's only by engaging, as I said in my remarks at the very beginning, it's only by engaging with practitioners that we're able to really understand where AI can be useful and particularly where AI needs to be carefully handled and not misused. I think the opportunities, as we've seen from many of the examples we've seen today, are huge, that AI can really be an extraordinary, let's say, accelerator of good practice and good ideas in education and engagement with students. But we're all aware that it can also be detrimental. And we need to be understanding where it contributes and how that contribution can be best enhanced. So I'm really grateful for all of your input to that discussion. But that discussion, as I say, has only just started. And I think, we have a long way to go to reap the benefits that can be potentially there for the use of AI in education.
Thank you so much, John.
Thank you. To be honest, it was the ask that the volunteer needed. I just raised hand because I thought someone needed help. That's why I just immediately raised my hand. But now it's an honor to me to say my words here. And of course, 2 days was packed and a lot of information, and heard the ChatGPT. How many times, I don't know. Even today, maybe at night, I'm gonna dream about the words. And actually, in Mongolian case, in an Asian maybe, and ChatGPT is just being introduced, and students haven't used it yet because of their English knowledge. So I'm thinking of it now very critically, and thanks to you, all of you, in all glittering projects, I have lots of ideas. And I thought that I used to be taught that maybe Mongolia is far from other countries, but today I wanted to have a collaboration project with Finland and with Lithuania and with the other many countries that's so close in this room, and many people having a very close connection
through this ASEF Foundation program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also regretted raising my hand the moment I did it. It's very un-Estonian of me. But I do see so many new friends and faces that I've connected with during this. So many chances to collab in the future, to do so many amazing things with amazing people, with amazing ideas. Because we are all different. We have all different ideas and we can feed off of each other. But when it comes down to it, we're all human. Thank you. Speaking, I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking for me, but hopefully you people agree. Thank you so much.
And it's my honor to finish the round of closing remarks. So it was an absolute pleasure to spend these days with you. I hope you had fun, learned. Our job is to create platforms where you can exchange knowledge, learn from each other. I think we have a lot of evidence that this event was successful in this regard. But our other KPI is that creating networks, sustainable networks. So we hope you will stay in touch not only with your peers in your ITP, but beyond that, because you made new friends during these days. And we will do our best to support you as we can to raise awareness on your beautiful ITPs and to help you to bring them forward. And we are very curious to see how the pilots will unfold beginning of next year. And then, of course, hope to see you again in this program, maybe in a different capacity. I will encourage everyone to stay in touch and look out for opportunities to become next time speakers or mentors or presenters of very successful ITPs for the next batch of teachers and educators and faculty collaborators. So with this, I think we can officially close. But before we do that, John wants to say something.
Just to say thank you to all the people on the ground here who did such a sterling job organizing all the events and putting it all together.
Yeah, don't take away my job, John. So I was just about to invite on the stage the key people who made this possible again. So let me start with my team, sorry. So Jyoti Rahaman, Angito, and the GSI team, Monica, Mihaela, please. Tanya, yes. And please, or the GSI team on stage, please. Thank you so much. So a big round of applause for them. Yeah, that's us. Yeah. Thank you so much again. And then wishing you a good evening ahead with full of new networking opportunities. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Feedback interactive. You don't need it, right? I just want to put up some music. Can we do that? Oh, and that announcement. Yeah. Okay, you can put it in the WhatsApp. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So before you leave, just a quick announcement. So the bus will be waiting downstairs, of course. As you know, some of you are leaving early, some of you are still staying with us tomorrow. And I think you already know there is an optional tour. So those of you who have signed up, so make sure that the tour is from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and we will be posting the relevant information. Oh, okay. Yes, so we will be updating about this on the WhatsApp group. So please look out for any notification.
No sound. Thank you so much, everything for it was really lovely to meet you, and thank you so much for the presentations and everything. Thank you. Thank you, Carlo. We continue. Thank you so much. Lovely meeting you. Thank you for the contributions.